Sound check 1 2. Sound test 1 2. Mic check 1 2 3. Okay, okay. Yes. Sumubra pa.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are about to start with our regular committee meeting of the Committee on Government Reorganization. May I request everyone to stand for the opening prayer with Congresswoman Nograles. Thank you.
Let us pause for a while and put ourselves in the presence of God. Let us pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. We pray, Almighty God, that you bless this organizational meeting with good engagement and deliberation as we begin our legislative work for the 20th Congress. Help us to be useful to the community and our nation by becoming true servants of the people. Inspire us to realize and achieve our solemn duty as legislators to bring prosperity and peace for our beloved nation. Lastly, continue to remind us that all that we do today and all that we accomplished is for the pursuit of truth, fairness, love, and ultimately for your greater glory. We ask this in your holy name. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Please be seated.
Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. To my distinguished guests, distinguished colleagues, our esteemed resource persons, secretariat, guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final meeting concerning the establishment of an independent commission against infrastructure corruption, as delineated in House Bill numbers 4453 and 5699. The primary objective of these proposals is to investigate corruption and irregularities in government flood control and related infrastructure endeavors. The meeting is called to order. In recent months, alarming revelations have dominated the headlines, inciting outrage across the nation regarding the egregious mismanagement and misappropriation of public funds allocated for flood control initiatives perpetrated by unscrupulous elements within the Department of Public Works and Highways office in Bulacan in collusion with corrupt contractors. To rectify this malfeasance, President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. issued Executive Order 94, which established the Independent Commission on Infrastructure to investigate corruption, determine accountability, gather evidence, restore public trust, and promote transparency. House Bills 4453 and 5699 have been introduced to institutionalize the Independent Commission Against Infrastructure Corruption, endowed with investigative and coercive powers to apprehend corrupt individuals and invoke the full force of law to ensure justice is served. The Committee on Government Reorganization created a technical working group to harmonize House Bill numbers 4453 and 5699 and to come up with a consolidated version as a matter of course. In today's meeting, Chairman Lorito Amante is ready to report on the results of the tasks of the technical working group. But before the technical working group report of Vice Chairman Amante, let me acknowledge first our colleagues, and later Comsec Day. I will acknowledge the resource persons who are present in today's meeting. May I acknowledge the presence of Congressman the Honorable Laila de Lima. Ma'am, thank you. Congress Representative Kakab Bagao, Dilon District of Dimagat Island. Representative Honorable Sherlyn Banyas Nograles, Dilon District of City of General Santos. Representative the Honorable Jose Manuel Tajo Chel Ayjokno, Akbayan. Representative Honorable Edgar Egay Erice, 2nd District of City of Calaucan. And our Vice Chairman, Loreto Isamante, 3rd District of Laguna. Also, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of one of our authors, Congressman Tubi Chango. Thank you for coming. With the members present today, I declare that there is a quorum. We are now 23 elected members of the Government Reorganization under Section 7 of House Rules. 1/5 of all the members shall constitute a quorum. And I direct our COMSEC to acknowledge the resource persons, please. COMSEC Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to all the members of this honorable committee. We are pleased to acknowledge the presence of the following resource persons and their agencies. To start with, Attorney Brian Hosaka, the Executive Director of the Independent Commission for Infrastructure, or the ICI. From the Ombudsman, we have Attorney Alserman Rafanan, Assistant Ombudsman, Office of Legal Affairs. From the DPM, we have Attorney Tricia Baraan, the Director for Budget Information Legislative Service. From the Anti-Money Laundering Council, we have Attorney Romel Trijo, Deputy Director, Litigation and Evaluation Group, Investigation and Enforcement Department. And from the Bureau of Internal Revenue, we have Attorney Ralbert John Neil Tibayan. And from the Department of Public Works and Highways, we have Attorney Maximilian Anthony Fernandez, Attorney Alvin Demiar, and their staff. We have Ms. Elisa Hortaleza, Joanne Mamit, Mira de Alfanta. And from the Civil Service Commission, we are honored to have Director Attorney Alma Foronda. From the Government Procurement Policy Board, Technical Support Office, we have Mr. J. Mar Bareng, the Procurement Management Officer 4. And from the Securities and Exchange Commission, we have Assistant Director Algin Lacanaria. And from the Philippine Contractors Accreditation Board, we have Engineer Sergio Retome, Acting Executive Director. From the UP Law Center Institute of Government and Law Reform, we have Attorney Cathy Alcantara. And I think we have no less than the chairman of the COMELEC who will be present in this committee meeting. And of course, we also have the presence of the technical staff, of the Congress members, and the resource persons. That's all. Your
Mr.
Honor,
Chair,
thank you.
just a query. How about DOJ? I don't see a representative from the DOJ. And has DOJ been ever represented in the various hearings? And I also didn't see any representative yesterday at the technical working group. Did it submit?
We invited
During the briefing we had on bias.
But after that, none. And they have not submitted their position paper as well.
wala po.
Unfortunate, because there are also legal issues. But anyway, they are considered to have waived submission of that position paper. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. May I now call on Technical Working Group Chairman Amante to present the Technical Working Group report.
Yes,
Vice.
Good afternoon to Chairman Salvador Plato and esteemed members of the Committee on Government Reorganization, distinguished authors of the ICAIC bills, esteemed resource persons, Secretariat, ladies and gentlemen. As the Chairman of Technical Working Group assigned to harmonize the two legislative measures, House Bills number 4453 and 5699, as well as to consolidate and draft a substitute bill, I am now pleased to present the TWG report from our meeting held yesterday, November 12, 2025. For our guidance of the TWG is consolidating the two measures, some parameters relevant to the mandate of the Committee on Government Reorganizations, particularly on its creations and functions. There are primordial concerns or parameters the TWG has adopted. Number one, necessity of the reorganization. Number two, constitutionality of the bill. Number three, redundancy or duplication of functions. Number four, purpose or main objective of the bill. Number five, organizational structure. Number six, logistics and budgetary requirements. And number seven, administrative feasibility in realizing the main objective. There was a productive engagement among the authors and resource persons regarding the provisions of the draft substitute bill on House Bill number 4453 and 5699, which was meticulously prepared by the Secretariat and served as the working draft. There were substantive refinement of the substitute bill such as, number one, include in the declaration of policy of the SB statement to justify the power of the envisioned ICAIC to issue whole departure order and watch list order. Number two, review the composition of the Commission, ICAIC, particularly the qualification standards of the commissioners. Number three, clarify the power to demand an open access to information relevant to the exercise of the functions of the ICAIC. Number four, add provision to define the provision on the Witness Protection Program on the determination to qualify as state witness. Number five, put a limiting provision on the power of the side person in contempt by the ICAIC. Number six, clarified some functions of the commissions ICAIC to rule out redundancy or duplication of the ICAIC with existing agencies. Number seven, added CAAP, Marina, and LRA, ROD, or Register of Deeds, as support agencies to the ICAIC. Number eight, clarified the designation or deployment of investigating personnel, lawyers, etc., or relevant agencies to the ICAIC. And number nine, clarify the budgetary requirements of the ICAIC DBM. Number 10, conduct of an executive session by the ICAIC. And finally, the TWD proposes the title of the unnumbered substitute bill as an act creating the Independent Commission Against Infrastructure Corruption, defining its mandate, powers, and functions, and appropriating funds therefore. The task of the Technical Working Group is now considered terminated with the submission of the TWG report and the unnumbered substitute bill, accompanied by the proposed title for the consideration and deliberation of the Committee of Government Reorganization. In conclusion, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Chairman Salvador Plato and the esteemed members of the Committee on Government Reorganizations for their trust and confidence in appointing me as the chairman of the Technical Working Group of the ICAIC bills.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Amante, for the Technical Working Group report and for crafting the substitute bill for discussion in today's meeting. I understand that the members of this committee, including the ex-officio members and the resource persons, were given a copy of the substitute bill through email. But before we proceed, I would just like to
Ipo-project natin.
ask I've instructed, before we do that, about the concern of Honorable Dilima for the non-attendance of DOJ. That's why I instructed the Secretariat to prepare a highly worded letter for them because they were in the technical briefing. They were present. Have they submitted any comment? Susulatan natin, ma'am. Thank you po. Do you have comments or enhancement on the provisions of the substitute bill for consideration of the committee? Let us discuss the provisions of substitute bill line by line. Last will be the approval of the title. Amendments to be considered by the committee is through a duly seconded motion. Can we ask can we hear a motion? Any amendment?
Chair.
Honorable Chair. Honorable Dilima.
Okay, can the entire section 2 please be shown? Because I think section 1, there is no proposed amendment. I move to amend section 2 by deleting altogether the last paragraph. I actually almost the entire section 2 as now currently worded came from my office, except for the first paragraph. We added the second and the third and the last paragraph. But upon closer and deeper scrutiny or reading, I thought that it would not really be necessary to include the last paragraph, which reads, wala po kasi akong copy, so I'll just read from the screen. Further, to effectively carry out the mandate of the investigative body and consistent with Article 3, Section 6 of the 1987 Constitution, the curtailment of the right to travel.
That's the last page po. That's the last page.
So that's the next page. So that covers lines 1 to 8 of the second page. Further, to effectively carry out the mandate of the investigative body and consistent with Article 3, Section 6 of the 1987 Constitution, the curtailment of the right to travel may be curtailed, by reason of national security, pursuant to the provisions of this Act. Maliho atang pagkakasulat ng aming proposed. Can I have it?
Anong line? Wala kayong line?
Here.
You have copies with you doon sa huli, sa huling-huli.
Where's Jesse?
Lahat po tayo, meron po sa huli, sa class.
Can I have the yung ano natin? Yung version natin. Mali yung pagkakakopya nila. Pinag-usapan po kasi natin po ito kahapon during the TWG. And I pointed out that in order to really be clear about the grant of the power to issue whole departure order, kasi yan po ang bagong power na binibigay natin sa komisyon. The power to issue HDO. Dahil alam naman po natin na sa Constitution, hindi basta-basta pwede nare-restrict ang right to travel. Pero actually pwede kapag ma-justify na pasok siya dun sa tatlong instances na nakasabi sa Konstitusyon. At ito po ay national security, public health, and public safety. Now, so in-explain ko po kahapon sa discussion natin na basta ba mailagay natin sa Declaration of Policy something there which really talks about national security. Na ito pong usapin ng malawakang pandarabong, corruption, plunder of public funds sa mga infrastructure projects na ito really impacts on the national security. And that's why yung ating consensus po kahapon ay ipasok dito sa Declaration of Policy. Now, kaya nga po, you will see from the second paragraph of Section 2, the state recognizes that systemic corruption in infrastructure projects, particularly those involving flood control, poses a fundamental threat to national security as it undermines the stability of nations by eroding democratic institutions, weakening state capacity, and fueling social grievances that can escalate into conflict and insecurity. Further, corruption diverts public resources intended for development and disaster prevention, diminishes citizens' trust in government, and enables organized crime and other forms of violence to flourish under compromised systems of law and enforcement. And then merong susunod pong paragraph. To this end, there is a need for an independent and dedicated body designed to investigate with expediency allegations, complaints, and issues on graft and corruption related to infrastructure projects, and recommend the filing of necessary criminal, civil, and administrative actions against erring individuals. Mr. Chair, colleagues, distinguished members of this committee, I think we can stop there, and we need not include anymore the last paragraph, which specifically pertain to the curtailment of the right to travel, because otherwise it would give the impression that the whole bill will only refer to the curtailment of the right to travel when it's not really the intention of the bill. Na mas malawak, mas comprehensive itong bill na ito. So I hope the other members and the Mr. Chair will agree to that proposal.
Mr. Chair, it was already deleted in the... It was already deleted because we had already agreed to delete it. Ma'am, it's already deleted.
Four.
No more,
Okay.
no more comment?
It was already deleted in the draft
Pero
copy.
hindi po ata lahat. Ito, further.
Yun lang, yung
Mr.
isang
Chair.
paragraph lang.
Yes,
Mr.
itong
Chair.
first 3 lines, hindi po na-delete. So pwede paki-delete din po. Nagkamali lang po ata.
po.
So, thank you.
Congressman Tobit?
No. It was just to clarify that Congresswoman De Lima wanted the whole paragraph.
The whole paragraph.
Yeah. It was just to state that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
But before we put that in motion and approval, can I ask remark from our resource persons?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Your Honors. I think Congressman De Lima was correct. In fact, that was what was discussed yesterday. But if I may, Your Honors, the matter does not only pose a serious threat to national security, so can we add also threat to national security and economy
Okay.
as well?
So
Thank you.
may I respectfully move to insert the word under second paragraph, line 11, security and national economy. Is that correct? National
Yes, Chair.
economy. To insert the phrase national economy after the word security on line 11 at page 1. I so move.
Just moved, seconded. The amendment, as suggested by Chief Director Osaka, on line 11, ma'am?
Yes po.
Hereby
Page one.
approved. Any other remarks or comments from the other resource persons? Pag wala na pong comment, we can ask a motion for the approval.
Approval of,
Mr.
The
Chair,
entire amendment, ma'am.
Mr. Chair,
meron po.
may itatanong lang po ako. Just
Congressman Benya.
anyway,
Morales, please.
before we approve the entire Section 1. Section 1.
Okay,
Sige.
go ahead po.
Okay.
And after you na lang po.
Anyway, I'll just later pose my query on the appropriate section. I thought kasi we'll approve everybody. Sige, later.
Okay, thank you. It has been moved and seconded. The
Mr. Chair,
proposed amendment, Chair,
we are now in Section 3.
Second 3.
Okay. Mr. Chair, just a clarification with respect to Section 3. Okay, because it says here that the independent body is tasked to investigate anomalies in all government infrastructure projects. So clarification ko lang po, when we say infrastructure projects, there are those implemented by the national government with funds coming from the coffers of the national government. And there are also infrastructure projects that are being implemented by the respective local government, from which the fund is coming from the coffers of the local government. So will this independent body include all anomalous infrastructure projects that are being implemented by the local government? All. Clarification lang po. Yes, because especially there are also big ticket projects that are being implemented in the local government. Hindi lang naman ang ina-implement ng national project like DPWH and other agencies in the national level ang medyo problematic po. There are also anomalies in the local government, projects that are being implemented through the local government with funds coming from the coffers of the local government.
Can we ask anybody to respond to the...
Mr. Chair, meron naman po mga agencies like the Ombudsman who can perform this task. Kasi po, this is a special commission born out of the infrastructure mess committed by the national government agencies. So, imagine there are 1,600 LGUs. 1,600 LGUs. Meron pa po dyan, may infrastructure din ng barangay. 42,000 ng barangay. So I don't think that the independent commission can cope up with the task of investigating all this. Kasi po, moto proprio sila. Ibig sabihin, pag may imagine if the 1,600 local governments, 42,000 barangays, ay pupunta po sa kanila at magbibigay ng mga information, then hindi po nila matatapos yung trabaho nila. Sabi nga ni Attorney Brian Hosaka kahapon, 235,000 projects yung naroroon po sa kanilang agenda. Nililimit na nga lang po nila ngayon into around 35,000. So I don't think that they will have the capability to investigate locally implemented infrastructure project. So, para po hindi naman maabala yung kanilang trabaho, ito naman po yung pinakamalaki. This was brought about by the ghost projects committed by the national government agency. So, palagay ko po, we should limit the scope to national.
I understand, Congressman Erese, sa national funds lang, nationally funded projects lang ba, Kung Igay?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kasi mas maigi na klaro po sa simula kung asan ang coverage nito. Because there are also projects that are locally implemented that are quite outstandingly blatant yung anomalies. So thank you po for that clarification.
Congressman Igay.
I've been thinking it all night kasi po, 2 years lang po yung binibigay natin sa yung kanilang term. And sa tingin ko po kulang na kulang yung panahon na iyon. Ngayon po, kung mag-extend pa tayo, it will need another legislative action. And sa 2028 po, magkakaroon tayo ng national elections. We will have new administration. At kung hindi pa tapos yung trabaho nila, baka yung platform ng new administration would not want to continue with this. Sayang naman po yung trabaho. So I would like to propose that instead of 2 years, we extend the term to 5 years. So that kung ma-aprobahan po natin to 2026, at least kung 5 years up to 2030, ma-encompass na po yung at least 2 years of the new term of a new administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Kong Igay. Any comment from the amendment to our
Comment.
Honorable De Lima, please?
The very reason why we limited it to 2 years is to highlight the very urgency of completing the task of the Commission, although we realize that dahil nga sa lawak at sa dami at sa lalim ng mga korupsyon na ito, baka nga kulang yung 2 years, and that is why we have that qualifying phrase, unless extended by law. So I understand the logic behind the proposed amendment of making it 5 years, but extending it but making it 5 years, baka naman masyado na ring ano yan. Siguro ang mas magandang alternative would be, why don't we just say that the term would be up to 2028? The term is up to 2028 and subject to extension by law. 2028 would be 3 years.
Oh, that's only 2 years. Kasi ang approval niyan, mga next year na. Hindi naman natin ma-approve ngayong December lahat yan. Siguro. So by next year.
So it's a question of which one is a reasonable date.
3 years na lang.
2 years is rather short. 5 years may be long.
3.
And it would go beyond 2028.
3.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair,
Congressman Tug.
I think our
Yes.
target really is to pass it before the Christmas break, no? And I think even the Senate's target is to pass it before the Christmas break, no? So I'm very hopeful na the BICAM will be done before the Christmas break. Hence, we will be able to pass it before the year end. I think that is the target of both the House and the Senate, no? So, siguro nga maganda, we put a specific date. No, I mean, I am okay with the Congresswoman De Lima's proposal to put a specific date. Like, let's just decide kung anong date in 2028.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, sige po,
Congressman Igay.
kung masyado mahaba sa tingin niyo yung 5 years, I would settle for until December 31 of 2028.
Okay with me.
Para new fiscal year, wala na silang budget.
Opo.
Okay.
Okay with you?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Unless extended by law. Meron pa
Yes.
rin lagi pong
Unless
ganon.
extended.
Kasi baka po kapos pa rin until December 31,
2028.
2028.
Okay, any motion?
Chairman, can Congressman Erice present it in a motion so that we can...
Yes.
Any motion for the approval?
Line 2 of
Section 3, 4.
Section 3.
Section
Line
3.
2
Yeah,
of Section 3. The Commission shall exist until December 31 from the date of its
to mention anymore the date of the effectivity of the act,
Wag na,
Mr.
wag na,
Chair,
no?
because we are already
The Commission shall
putting
exist
a-
until December 31, 2028. unless extended by law. That's the amendment.
Any second motion?
Mr.
It has
Chair,
been moved and seconded.
Mr. Chair, may I interpose an objection?
Comment,
And perhaps
Honorable Joke, no?
propose another amendment. The concern I have is that if the commission, just hypothetical situation, where let's just say that the new administration may have an interest in whitewashing the results of the independent commission's investigation, it may exercise or exert its power during the time that it is there after when the new administration assumes office. So I would suggest that we give the committee its lifetime until June 30, perhaps, 2028.
Understanding
Chris,
correct that the proposal of Congressman Diokno is up to the term of the president. So as soon as the term ends, that the body will also expire.
Yes.
I don't have any objection against that, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, ang ibig po sabihin natin, we will cast doubt to the next administration while not casting doubt in the present administration. Second, hindi naman ibig sabihin yung 2 years, whether 2 years or 3 years, matatapos nila lahat yan It's still within the priority of the commission. Kung ano yung matatapos nila. Hindi naman ibig sabihin nila, yan yung mga pinaka-importante, it's up to the commission to determine and to finish. Di ba? So, ano po yun masyadong subjective. Masyadong subjective kung ang reason natin is we are casting doubt to a new administration. Di ba?
Mr. Chair.
Parang,
Joke, no?
May I respond, Mr. Chair? Hindi naman po ako nagka-cast doubt. I'm just looking out at the possibilities, and I phrased the situation hypothetically. So I'm not saying that it will happen, but we want to be sure, since we're crafting a law, that it will cover all possible situations.
Mr. Chair, there is,
Congressman Igay.
maski po yung administration na ito, kung ayaw nila yung resulta, they can also exert efforts to undermine or to influence the results of the investigation. But it's up, really, we have to trust the commission. We have to trust the commission because we created it.
Mr. Chair.
Congresswoman
Oh,
Pagao, you're recognized.
I would like to move we retain the section. Because anyway, as you were discussing po kanina, nakalagay naman po dito, unless extended by law. So, even before the end of the 2 years, if there is the necessity to extend it, we can always extend. So, yung reason po kanina why there was a discussion on extending it ay may be too short. Pero pumupunta na rin tayo sa possibilities ng situations before and after. Pero pwede rin naman po na after 2 years or even before the end of the 2 years ay may discussion na rin whether to extend kung talagang may pangangailangang i-extend yung term ng commission dahil hindi pa po tapos yung priorities na naset niya.
Chair, may I just respond? Alam niyo po, kung
Congressman
2
Igay.
years, kung umpisa natin ng January, matatapos yan yung 2 years, December 31, 2027. Kampanya na po yan, almost close to the campaign. Kung hindi tapos yung trabaho nila, kailangan natin magpasa ng isa pang batas. And during the heat of the campaign, mas mahirap po magpasa ng mga ganitong batas. Labanan na yan ng mga partido, labanan ng mga politiko, tapos magpapasa ka investigating independent commission, baka hindi na maging independent yan. We have the luxury of, dahil may nakikita natin, may traction ang gobyerno because of the people's clamor for justice, Why not maximize? Maximize na po natin ngayon.
Mr. Ch-
Mr. Chair.
Congressman Tobias, please.
As of now, there seems to be three proposals, no? One is to maintain the 2 years, which will technically end, let's say, on December 31, 2027, no? The second proposal was to make it up to June 30, 2028, no? So, ibig sabihin, 1 year yung pagitan yan. 6 months, 6 months. So, parang, yung pangatlo is 3 years, di ba? December 31. So, ibig sabihin, yung pagitan ng tatlo is 6 months, 6 months, 6 months. So, can't we reach a proposal na middle ground? So, hindi po siya 2 years, hindi rin po siya 3 years. Iset na natin sa June 30, 2028 kasi may proposal na 2 years, may proposal na 3 years. So, iset na natin para middle ground, parang it's neither here nor there, parang compromise. Kung papayag po kayo. Kung papayag po kayo na June 30, 2028. So, yun yung compromise between the 2 years and the 3 years. Yun
Meeting
po
is
yung-
suspended for 1 minute.
Yes, po.
Meeting resume.
Mr. Chair,
Can
may I
yeah,
be recognized?
Congressman Jokno,
Yes,
you are
I
recognized.
respectfully withdraw my objection and the grounds I raised earlier. And I do support the motion of Congressman Erice to make the existence of the commission until December 31, 2028. Tama po ba, Kong Egay? Yes.
Thank you, Congressman Jokno. Congressman Igay, can you
Yes,
put that into motion?
may I reiterate my earlier motion that we amend Section 3, line 15. It will read, the commission shall exist until December 31, 2028, unless extended by law. And, anong section yun? And accordingly, Section 4, line 38, also page 2, Dali, hindi ko makita. Yes, okay.
Congressman Tobias, you're
Go ahead.
you're
The
recognized.
members of the commission shall be appointed by the President of the Philippines with a term up to December 31, 2028.
Oh, mas simple.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. No more reappointment, madam. No more reappointment. So we will end at, the sentence will end at, with a term until December 31, 2028. Yes, period.
So move, Mr. Chair.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the amendment proposed by Congressman Erice shall be approved. Congressman Erice, subject to style. Thank you, Congressman Tobias. Section, we go now to section
Section 3 and Section 4B.
section 4B.
Section 3 and Section 4B. Amendment. Yan na po yun. Yan na po ang
Yeah,
amendment.
this amendment. We now go to section 5.
We still
Section
have
4.
further amendments on Section 4.
Congressman Honorable De Lima, please.
I move to amend Section 4, subparagraph A, line 24. So subparagraph 2. A licensed engineer or architect. I move to delete the word licensed. A engineer or architect. Because, I am told, I understand that when you talk about engineer, not all kinds of engineers require license. Yes, a civil engineer requires license, but there are other fields of engineering that do not require license. What is, like, for example, industrial management engineer also, I understand, does not require license from the Professional Regulatory Commission. Ang importante po dito ay yung experience and track record. So I so move to delete the word license from line 24, page 2.
It has been moved and Congressman Tobias.
Ang intindi ko po kasi yung industrial engineering course and management engineering course, though there is a term, because I entered in Ateneo as a management engineer, under a management engineering course, no? Though I did not finish because it was too difficult. Ang intindi ko po doon, it's not really an engineering course per se. Even yung industrial engineering po is not an engineering course per se. It's something, yun ang intindi ko ha. Yun ang intindi ko. Pero yung management engineering, I'm sure, It's not an engineering course because I entered that course. Yung industrial engineering, I don't think it's an engineering course. Eh. Is it an engineering course?
Yes.
Ah, okay, so my mistake. Okay, sige, agree. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it has been moved and seconded that section 4, line 24, number 2, delete the word license. Next.
Mr. Chair, I just noticed in the notes on the board that the word civil is still present. Deleted na po yata yan sa TWG.
Any comment?
Po yung
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, sorry po. Medyo bothered lang ko kasi we removed the word civil engineer. So it could be just any engineering field.
yes po.
And we're talking here of infrastructure projects.
Mr. Chair, ito po, nung tinanong ko po si ChatGPT, what is industrial engineering? Industrial engineering is a field of engineering focused on designing, improvement, and optimizing systems. So it's optimizing systems involving people, machines, materials, information, and processes. So it's it's an engineering process, not the hindi pareho ng mechanical, civil, na yung building ang dinedesign nila. No? So ito po yung ibig ko sabihin na strictly it's engineering the process. Kumbaga sa paano mas maayos ang proseso. So hindi po kaya mas maganda kung pwedeng i-appeal na maging licensed engineer po.
Kasi may aeronautical engineer din.
Hindi, yun lang po. Kasi kung infrastructure, di ba po dapat talaga civil engineer. So I would want to appeal if my colleagues will agree na gawin na nating licensed engineer. Kung papayag lang naman po. Because yun na nga kasi yun ang intindi ko So it's to engineer the process to make it more efficient, productive, safe, and cost-effective. Yun po yung industrial engineer.
Well, there's so much technicality about these things. So the point here is to give a certain leeway, and certainly is the level of expertise would just have to be weighed with respect to the experience
20 years.
and the track record of a particular individual who has a significant level of exposure in all of this infrastructure.
But by the way, Mr. Chair, I don't think, Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Congressman Tobias.
Mr. Chair, I don't think it's something that we should argue about because may transitory provision Di ba? So ibig sabihin, si Secretary Singson naman talaga ang magiging role ng engineer At kung siya yung holdover capacity at sinabi natin yung term lang matatapos kasabay, so it doesn't really kasi pasok naman siya doon sa engineer. So okay lang sa akin.
Can we, thank you, Congressman Tobias.
Anyway,
Can we
kahit
ask,
hindi naman licensed civil engineer o kahit di civil engineer yung member of the commission, they will be employing civil engineers and architects, of course, to assist them.
Can we ask Director Osaka, any comment?
I defer to the commission, to the committee, Your Honor, with regard to that.
It was just an inquiry, Mr. Chair. I agree. If that is the pleasure of the body, I have no objections, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any further comment on Section 2? Do you have any comment from Public Works, Director Fernandez?
Good afternoon, everyone. I think, Mr. Chair, it would better that we delete the word license because one of the most competent person to be member of this commission is former Secretary Babe Singson. He knows the intramurals and the ins and outs
He is
of
not an engineer.
infrastructure projects, Mr. Chair.
Industrial. Okay, sige po. Agree.
Thank you.
Agree. Hindi,
Thank you very
I
much.
was just...
Thank you.
Okay,
Attorney
sige po.
Fernandez is the acting
Okay.
director for legal when I was in Public Works. He was my acting director for legal.
Pati
when I
pala
was-
si Sec Babes,
Attorney Fernandez.
industrial engineer. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, agree, Mr. Chair.
Okay. We move on to section. Ah, Section 6. Section 5. Powers to. Wala na bang tanong sa Section 4?
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Diokno, please.
with respect to Section 4A, number 5, I have a motion. This pertains to the representative from the reputable non-government organization which has the primary purpose and/or expertise on disaster risk and management. My proposed amendment is as follows, Mr. Chair, that I move that we amend that particular subsection as follows. A representative from a reputable non-governmental organization, the primary purpose and/or expertise of which is in good governance, anti-corruption, public financial management, public procurement and open contracting, or citizen monitoring of infrastructure projects. And we can also add on disaster risk and management, just to give more leeway to the appointing authority to choose the qualified representative.
Lalawakan yung experience here. It has been moved and seconded that Section 4, line 33, number 5 of the motion amendment of Congressman Diokno. Is hereby approved. Can you submit Congressman Diokno to the committee? Thank you po. Let's move on to Director Saka, you recognize?
Yes, Mr. Chair, just a clarification on Section 4C. It says that as far as
Section-
line 41 to 48, I think this is with regard to the nominations of the
letter
members.
C.
Yes, nominations to the commission. Is it correct is it a correct understanding that as far as the chairperson is concerned, the nominee will come from the IBP? With regard to the engineer, it will come from the PICE, and with regard to the accountants, it will come from the PICPA, because it doesn't distinguish po. No? So, just a point of clarification on whether or not the shortlist will be coming from them as an entire body, or will this be individually per member of the commission?
Will they form a group or will they recommend respectively? Like for example, yung IBP, sila ba po ang magre-recommend ng justice? Si PICPA, siya po ang magre-recommend ng accountant. Tapos si PICE, siya magre-recommend hindi na nga civil engineer ng engineer. Or gagawa po sila ng grupo na 5 sila, at sila ang magre-recommend sa lahat. Oo. Ha?
Can we ask comment from the author?
Hindi po akong author nito. Baka it's a TWG. Is it a TWG proposal, Mr. Chair? Or was it? It's not in my bill.
It's not in House Bill 4453. So where did it come from?
Saan po? Sino po ang nag-recommend yan, Mr. Chair? Okay. Si Senator Marcoleta pala nasa si Congressman Paulo Marcoleta po ang nag-recommend nito. Kaya lang hindi po maliwanag kung collectively they will recommend or individually sa hanay nila. So I think we will clarify. At kung individually, mawawala po dito yung architect, yung UAP. Tsaka yung civil engineer kasi ang i-recommend kunyari is industrial engineer. And sino mag-recommend nung academe tsaka nung NGO? Yung NGO meron. Yung academe, wala.
Move to suspend. Move to suspend. Move to suspend.
Meeting suspended. Meeting resume.
Thank you. Mr. Chair.
Any comment on the matter on section
Yes, Mr.
line
Chair.
11?
I move that we delete lines 41 up to 46 of section 4C, but retain the last sentence, which reads as follows. Each member shall be of good moral character, of unquestionable integrity, of known probity and patriotism, and with recognized competence in their respective fields.
Second.
Yeah, it has been moved and seconded that the amendment, that we delete line 41 to 46 and retain the last sentence. Thank you. Shall be approved.
Mr. Chair, also,
Honorable Dilemma, please.
thank you. Also, under Section 4, next page, lines 13 up to 18, inclusive. It reads, "The contemplated executive director, as well as members of the secretariat or the staff and personnel of the commission, should also be subjected to the no conflict of interest safeguard as a requirement for appointment." Then subparagraph F says the executive director must have an extensive experience in the field of law, enforcement, anti-corruption, or public administration. I believe that these portions are misplaced. It should not be in this portion. I move to transpose this portion to the provision, to the section on the secretariat. Kasi parang inuna kaagad about executive director when we have not said anything yet about the position of executive director, because this particular subparagraph on the subparagraph E pertains to the certain limitations or certain disqualifications of members. So wala po dito, misplaced po ito kung ilalagay po ito dito. So the portions that I read should be, so submit, be transposed to Section 11. So alisin po natin yung lines 13 to 18 at ilagay po natin under Section 14 all the way down sa, hindi ko na po alam kung anong page ito, wala pong naka-indicate dito sa papel, but under Section 11, Secretariat. Kasi nga po, yung Executive Director nasa Secretariat. I so move. Second. Subject to style.
Before we approve that, ma'am, can we ask
Section 11.
UP Law Center to comment?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. This is our first time participating in the hearings of the committee, but we are thankful for the opportunity. We just received the invitation just this week po. Our position on this matter, Mr. Chair, actually, our position paper was a narrative of our recommendation. So I think when it was inserted here, it did not take into consideration the wording that would be proper for a bill. So but it is our recommendation that the qualifications, duties, and functions of the executive director be clearly defined in the bill, because as it stands, there are no qualifications or specific duties and functions provided for the executive director. But we support the motion of Congressman De Lima to move or transpose lines 13 to 18 to a proper provision later on in the bill.
Yes, it's supposed to be subject to style, and may I point out that under Section 11, and that is under lines 10 to 12 of this page, the executive director, under the supervision and control of the chairman, shall execute and administer the policies and decisions of the ICAIC and manage the day-to-day operations thereof. So that is the specification of the general functions of the executive director. And that is why this representation moved for the transposition of those portions under Section 4. Yun po yun. So nandun na po. Unless UP Law Center would propose
Attorney,
certain modifications. Subject to style na lang po. All right. So I so move, Mr. Chair, yung transposition po.
Can we ask first Attorney Alcantara? Payag ba kayo na transfer sa 11?
Yes, we have no objection. We agree
Okay.
with Congresswoman De Lima, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded that the proposed amendment of Honorable De Lima, deleting, transposing section, line 5 to 18, ma'am?
Line
13 to
to
18,
18 of the third page.
third page, to be transferred.
2, 4, 5, 6,
11,
to lines 14,
line 14.
all the way down to 4, 5, 6, the seventh page. Kung tama po yung page. Under section 11, subject to style.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chair,
Any more?
just a
Congressman
point
Jokno?
of clarification. With reference to line 11 of section 4, letter E, which does not specify what degree of consanguinity or affinity. That sentence reads, I quote, "A mandatory recusal must be required if any relative within the degree of consanguinity or affinity provided." While line 9 makes a reference to third degree of consanguinity, just for clarity, I think we should also specify in line 11 the degree of consanguinity or affinity. Mukhang ang intention nito ay third degree, ano?
The preceding proviso refers to third degree. So I suppose this also refers to third degree. Saan po galing?
Sa amin po. Mr. Chair.
Third degree, right? Okay, so third degree po. So if you want to make it clear, maybe we can, so appropriate motion po.
Mr. Chair, for purposes of clarity, I move that we insert the word third before the word degree in line 11 of section 4E. And delete the word provided at the end of consanguinity or affinity provided. So my motion, if I may restate, is to insert the word third before the phrase degree of consanguinity or affinity, and delete the word provided that comes right after affinity.
And second, it has been moved and seconded that we insert in line 12, line 11, the word third before degree, and delete provided after affinity. Siya approve. Any more comment?
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve Section 4 with all the amendments.
Second,
It has been moved and seconded that all the amendments in Section 4 is hereby approved. Subject to style. We now proceed to Section 5.
Mr. Chair, with respect to Section
Congressman
5,
Jokno.
line 22, I move that we add the words ill-gotten wealth after corruption, so that the sentence will read, the Commission shall have the jurisdiction to hear and investigate all allegations, complaints, and issues involving graft, corruption, ill-gotten wealth, malversation, and plunder in infrastructure projects, etc.
Second.
Paki-ulit lang po kung joke, no?
Yes, I move, Mr. Chair, that the words ill-gotten wealth be inserted after the word corruption in line 22 of Section 5, so that the sentence will read, I quote, the Commission shall have the jurisdiction to hear and investigate all allegations, complaints, and issues involving graft, corruption, ill-gotten wealth, malversation, and plunder, etc. End quote.
It has been moved and seconded that line 20 after 22, line 22, insert the word ill-gotten. Ill-gotten wealth. Hereby approved.
Mr. Chair, just a point of clarification.
Okay. Before we proceed, we'd like to acknowledge the Honorable Paulo Henry Marcoleta, Sagip Party List. Thank you for coming. Director Osaka, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just like to, for clarification, I believe in Section 3 it was amended and limited that the scope will only cover infrastructure projects funded by national government. Section 3.
Section ano po yun?
Section 3. Yeah, but in Section 5, it states here
Section
it's funded by national and local government. And another clarification, is it safe to, or is it correct to interpret this, that this will also cover infrastructure projects by government-owned and controlled corporations?
Director Osaka, wala pa tayo sa Section 5.
Section 5.
Nasa Section 5 po. Kasi may napansin po, if I may, Mr. Chair, napansin po ni E.D. Osaka na meron dito nakalagay na phrase, funded by the national and local government. Kanina po, when we were discussing Section 3, doon sa Section 3, an independent body tasked to investigate anomalies in all government infrastructure projects, it was clarified by Congressman Erice that we better just, the Commission better just focus on national, but we didn't deem it necessary to still put it there. Di ho ba? But now we're seeing in Section 5 that it's actually for both national and local government. And then nagtatanong nga po si E.D. Hosaka kung it will also cover those committed or attributed to government-owned and controlled corporations.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Sorry. Mr. Chair, earlier I
Congressman
posted query whether it includes locally funded infrastructure projects and as pointed out here by Congressman De Lima, in line 23, it says here under Section 5, national and local government. So meaning that includes infrastructure that are funded from funds coming from the coffers of the local government.
Reconcile both, no? Kung talagang national and local, then it has to be in both sections. But if it's only national, then we will have to amend this. We will have to delete the word local, no? So I think the body will have to decide what is the
Yes.
pleasure of the body.
Any
Mr.
comment,
Chair,
Congressman?
we have already discussed that I've already mentioned earlier that with the present setup of the ICAIC, it will be very, very hard for them to cover all the 1,600 municipalities, 42,000 barangays, which are all part of the local government units. So, ito naman pong kontrobersya na ito ay born out of the national government projects. So, I would suggest na i-delete na po natin yung local government. But yung pong mga GOCCs, actually po yung mga GOCCs is meron po mga mother agencies yan. So, I think yung GOCCs is part of the task of the ICAIC. Nakakalito na kasi, may ICA, may ICC, may ICU.
Any comment from outer, ma'am? Honorable De Lima?
Of information, because anyway, this is a separate chamber. In the Senate version, because I think they approved already the committee report as of yesterday. In the Senate version, it appears to cover all. In the Senate version, where is that? Okay, it says, and in Section 4, part of Section 4, such investigations shall cover all projects implemented by the national government, its agencies and instrumentalities, local government units, and government-owned or controlled corporations. By way of information only, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chair, yan po ba ang Senate version that they approved sa committee report?
Yes, yesterday, the committee
Okay.
report number 16.
Okay.
The substitute bill for Senate Bill 1215.
Okay.
This was, I think, yesterday, November 12, 2025. Approved by
Ang worry ko lang,
majority.
Mr. Chair, if we will include the local, baka masyadong matambakan po ng local. Yun lang po ang worry ko. No? I'm not saying we should not include it. What I'm saying is binigyan natin sila ng 3 years, tapos i-add natin, imagine how many local government units are there, no? So baka matambakan sila doon sa local. So yun lang po ang concern ko. I mean, syempre, mas gusto natin na ma-cover yon, pero if we will be practical about ilan lang sila, ilang tao lang, tapos yung timetable na binigay natin sa kanila, baka mas magandang mag-concentrate doon sa national government projects and all instrumentalities of the national government.
Meron na tayo kasi there was already a motion to delete this law as recommended ko.
I think,
We just
pag-usapan na lang po
concentrate
natin,
on-
Mr. Chair. I think we should all just talk with the in the BICAM. Ano? We should discuss sa BICAM. Kasi po, yung kaming mga district tayong mga district representatives, alam natin yung what's happening on the grounds. How many projects, yung mga local governments. Kung especially kung maraming nag-aaway ng mga local governments, papadala lahat ng mga reklamo nila sa committee, sa commission, matatambakan talaga sila ng trabaho.
Chair, pag sinabi po kasi natin local government, it includes the barangay. So hanggang barangay level, doon sila magreklamo, no? So I think if the body will agree that we concentrate on the national government projects and the instrumentalities of the national government project, Mr. Chair. Yes.
Congressman
Mr. Chair,
Marcolita, you recognize?
if I may make a manifestation, this bill was spawned to broaden the powers of the commission. Ang naisip ko lang po, if we omit local governments, baka magkaroon ng loophole eh. Sasabihin ng iba, lagay natin sa LGSF, support fund. Pag nasa local government na, hindi nasaklaw ng komisyon. So, sorry.
Okay.
It's beyond your, your jurisdiction. So, if I may, include po nating local government projects, including foreign-assisted projects na who employ local contractors.
Okay.
Yun lang pong mungkahi ko.
Well, we're talking here of billions of projects. Magiging sa budget approval pa lang pagka LGSF makikita mo na kagad eh. So may checks na diyan. Problema natin, this is an investigation of 235,000 projects from 2010 to 2025. So yun yung priority nitong actually yan yung priority ng independent commission. Na kung ibibigay natin lahat yan sa yung mga problema na yan sa commission, baka instead na mabigyan natin sila ng tulong, lalong mahirapan sila na i-perform yung kanilang task. Meron naman po tayong ombudsman. Yung mga local governments, they can always go to the ombudsman. Any private citizen can go to the ombudsman. Ang problema natin dito, yung nangyaring ghost projects, yung mga malalaking insertion, diversion, amendments na talagang pinagkitaan. So, siguro, dapat dito muna natin ibigay, ito muna yung i-resolve natin. We cannot fight so many battles. Ito yung pinakamalaking battle natin eh. So, why would we burden the commission with 42,000 barangays, 1,600 local government units?
Ang proposal ko po, Mr. Chair, okay, we can delete now this phrase, in all, in both, nasaan na ba yun? Where is it?
Mr. Chair, just a clarification. When you say, yung po bang projects emanating from congressional districts, are they considered local or national?
Hindi.
Ano yun?
Projects whose proponents are congressional districts, are they local, considered local or national?
Where?
National, di po ba dapat? Opo. Kasi pagdating ng araw, sabihin nila, pag distrito, gawing lokal lang ang nila.
Mr. Chair, all projects are line items in the GAA. So yung mga congressional initiatives, nakalagay po yan sa GAA. So it's part of the national government project.
Every line item found in the GAA
Yeah.
are considered national. Okay, thank you.
Congressman Tobias,
To address the concern of Congressman Marcoleta, why don't we just word it as nationally funded projects? Kasi kung ang concern niya is LGSF, nationally funded yon. So kahit linipat po yun sa local government, kasama po siya dito. Apo. So para yung concern ni Congressman Marcoleta, ay ma-address natin, yun po ang proposal ko. So yung wording natin will be nationally funded instead of nationally implemented. So pati kasama po yung LGSF, kasama po siya. If the body will agree. Oh, someone has to present a motion.
Any motion?
Because I am not a member.
I second the motion of Congressman Chanco.
Sir, I cannot make a motion. I'm not a member.
Let me amend that pursuant to the suggestion of Kong Chanco, may I suggest to reword what is stated in the bill to cover local, nationally funded projects.
To be very clear, if I may, pwede nga po na lang po.
Opo, opo.
Okay, I move to amend line 23, third page, under section 5, by inserting the phrase nationally funded after the word in and before the word infrastructure, and delete the phrase funded by the national and local government, and that would affect both lines 23 and 24. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Subject to style.
Any comment from DPWH? Kayo po ang nag-con ito eh. Propose eh.
We agree with the, what you call this, motion of Congressman Dilima, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay. Amendment is hereby approved, subject to style.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve Section 5 with all the amendments.
Second.
Mr. Chair, before we, if I may, I have one, just a few more proposed amendments,
Which
two
one?
proposed amendments for Section 5. With respect to line 7 of Section 5, letter C, I move that we insert the phrase, "It has acquired ill-gotten wealth," after the word she, so that this Section C will read as follows, I quote, "To investigate any property or funds of any person when there is reason to believe that he or she has acquired ill-gotten wealth or is committing or attempting to commit, etc." So that the rest of the...
Mr. Chair, if I may, nagka-doble po kasi yung Section 5 eh. Section 5, Scope and Jurisdiction, yun po yung subject ng motion na,
Oo nga.
na pwede
I'm sorry,
na po natin,
my bad.
na-approve na po yun.
I'm
So
referring to Section 6.
Section 6 na po.
Opo,
So nagkamali.
nagkadoble.
We have to renumber to Section 6 yung powers and functions. Opo.
So I withdraw my motion, Mr. Chair. Dalawang nga pala.
So, Mr. Chair, may I reiterate my earlier motion that we approve Section 5 with all the amendments.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
There has been a motion duly seconded to approve the Section 5 with all the amendments.
There's a motion, seconded. Section 5 is approved as
Including the amendments.
kasama po ang amendment ito. Subject to style.
Mr. Chair.
Any, please identify.
Mr.
Ako,
Chair,
Assistant Ombudsman.
Mr. Chair,
You are recognized.
a few observations, Mr. Chair, on Section 5.
Ilapit lang yung mic ko.
Mr. Chair, a few observations on Section 5, Mr. Chair, with the permission of the Chair. Yeah, po.
Hindi marinig, pakilapit lang po.
With
Line
the,
po- ano
with the
pong line?
permission of the Honorable Chair, a few comments po on Section 5. Yes po, on Section
Okay po,
5
yes.
po, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Chair. At
Pakilakasan ng boses mo.
the Office of the Ombudsman respectfully reiterates the comment respecting the mode of referral, Mr. Chair, on
Attorney Rapana.
pertaining to pending cases. Mr. Chair, since the end purpose of an ICAIC per Section 5 is, I quote, for the purpose of filing administrative, criminal, and civil cases. And considering that this end purpose has already started to take traction in investigative and prosecutorial agencies like the Office of the Ombudsman, it would be in the interest of the speedy resolution of these cases to have these cases not referred back to the or referred to the ICAIC, considering the proceedings ongoing with the Office of the Ombudsman or other investigative and prosecutorial agencies pertaining to these complaints, with the filing of a formal complaint by the previous, with the existing ICI, or those complaints filed by DPWH, represented by Secretary Vince Dizon, already pending with the Office of the Ombudsman. I think it would be in the interest of non-duplication of functions, and it would not unduly hamper the full swing of these proceedings before the Office of the Ombudsman if these cases would be reheard or allowed to return with all the records to the ICAIC. At all events, the terms of such it might not be referral, but the terms of coordination, if that is the more accurate term that would capture the essence, is already mentioned under the last paragraph of Section 5. The terms of coordination shall be mutually agreed upon, etc., etc. And the final proviso under the first paragraph that nothing in the law shall be construed in curtailing, I think that would operationalize the coordination between the Office of the Ombudsman and the ICAIC with respect to pending matters, Mr. Chair. So it is respectfully suggested that it may no longer be necessary to include a specific provision on including those already pending investigation under lines 26, 27, and also the pending cases under lines 32 and up to 35, Mr. Chair, for the consideration of the members of the committee. So it would be the terms of the, not referral, the terms of coordination might be a proper term in order to allow the proper working arrangement between the constitutional body, which is the Office of the Ombudsman, and the ICAIC, and how to move forward these cases without duplication as to pending cases and without with due regard to the functions of both agencies, Mr. Chair, for the consideration of the Honorable Committee.
Mr. Chair, before we decide on the matter, may I ask the Honorable Assistant Ombudsman this question? Because it's now worded, it says, including those already pending investigation. by other investigative and prosecutorial agencies of the government. So when we say pending investigation, that would not cover filing. I mean, that would cover, when you say, pag sinabi po nating pending, pagkaka-file pa lang, is that pending already? Normally, yes. Correct?
It depends, Mr. Chair, on the evaluation by the ombudsman on the complaint, because the complaint may not proceed directly to formal proceedings. It may be referred to the fact-finding
Kasi po, yung
office
first
of the
stage,
ombudsman.
according to your own rules, according to the rules of the Office of the Ombudsman, kapag final ang isang complaint, ang first stage would be
The-
fact-finding,
Yeah,
field investigation.
If the evaluation po is for fact-finding, it might proceed po to
So,
preliminary
evaluation muna po.
investigation. Yes po, Mr. Chair.
So if a complaint or a case or a referral is under evaluation, is that deemed pending?
I think so, Mr. Chair.
So there lies the complications there. There lies the problem. Kasi we may agree with you kapag yung pending ay talagang patapos na kayo sa fact-finding and nag-preliminary investigation na kayo. So it might be impractical na nakukunin ng ICAIC. Pero kung nasa initiatory pa lang, o lalo na kung wala pa talagang aksyon, evaluation pa lang, hindi mo ba pwedeng kunin na rin yan ng ICAIC? So those are the things that we need to. So, Mr. Chair, may I move to suspend? For us to,
Okay, meeting resume. Section 5. So, about the comment of the Assistant Ombudsman, do you have any reaction, Congressman De Lima?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I have a motion to propose in line with the comment of the Assistant Ombudsman. I move to delete the portion under under lines 26 and 27, which reads, including those already pending investigation by other investigative and prosecutorial agencies of the government. It would seem that it would be more appropriate and it would be less problematic actually, and understood naman po dun sa the portion, the Commission shall have the jurisdiction to hear and investigate all allegations. And to be consistent with the last portion of that paragraph, section 5, first paragraph of section 5, provided, however, that nothing in this law shall be construed as curtailing or diminishing the investigatory, prosecutorial, or disciplinary powers vested by the Constitution, the Office of the Ombudsman, etc., etc. So I so move to delete that portion under lines 26 and 27 under section 5, page 3.
Any second motion?
Second.
Addition move has been moved and seconded that line 26 to the 7 be deleted.
Mr. Chair, may we further hear out the Assistant Ombudsman with respect to the second paragraph of section 5?
Assistant Ombudsman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With respect to the second paragraph of Section 5, in line with the jurisdiction of the ICAIC to hear and investigate all allegations, complaints, and issues. And since the matter of pending investigation under the first paragraph was already deleted, the limitation or the indication of a threshold amount of 50 million under the first sentence of the second paragraph, under the first sentence be likewise deleted. And then the second sentence of the second paragraph, the terms of, instead of such referral, the terms of coordination be adopted, Your Honor, instead of referral. The terms of coordination shall be mutually agreed upon with the Commission, Your Honor. For the consideration of the Honorable Committee, Mr. Chair.
Hey, Mr. Chair, question?
Yeah.
So we are still going to retain the first sentence of the second paragraph. We need only to delete the threshold amount of 50 million. Is that it? Is that going to be inconsistent with our deletion of that portion I indicated in my earlier motion, including those already pending investigation by other investigative and prosecutorial agencies of the government? Because the first sentence of the second paragraph says, all complaints involving corruption and infrastructure projects amounting to 50 million and above pending with the regular investigation and prosecution agencies shall be referred to the Commission upon effectivity of this act to avoid duplication of investigation.
Mr. Chair, to be consistent with the earlier deletion, the first sentence of the second paragraph is suggested to be deleted.
To be deleted as
Mr.
well,
Chair.
for consistency.
For consistency.
But the second
The
sentence
second sentence
can be retained.
may be retained, Mr. Chair, with the replacement of the word referral to coordination, Mr. Chair. The terms of coordination.
The terms of such coordination.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
But there is no predicate for this sentence. The terms of such coordinations.
I think the proviso on
Is there a predicate for that sentence in light of our intended deletion of the first sentence and the earlier phrase in the first paragraph?
the phrase "the terms of coordination" could refer to the last proviso under the first paragraph, Mr. Chair, on the terms on how not to curtail or diminish the investigatory, prosecutorial, or disciplinary powers of
Okay,
the
so subject to style.
constitutional agency.
Subject to style. In relation to that. In light of that clarification, Mr. Chair, may I now make the formal motion? So may I reiterate the earlier question? So these amendments pertain to both to Section 5. I move that the phrase, including those already pending investigation by other investigative and prosecutorial agencies of the government, found in lines 26 and 27 of page 3 and under Section 5, be deleted. Accordingly, the entire sentence of the second paragraph, also of Section 5, and these are lines 32 up to 35 inclusive, which read, all complaints involving corruption in infrastructure projects amounting to 50 million and above pending with the regular investigation and prosecution agencies shall be referred to the Commission upon effectivity of this act to avoid duplication of investigations be deleted. And the last sentence be retained, subject to style, to be consistent with the preceding sentence of the first paragraph, the last sentence of the first paragraph. I so move, Mr. Chair.
Any second? Noted, Madam, the dilemma. Line 26, 27, and line 32 to 35 you deleted. This is approved. Next, let's move to the powers and functions. This is Section 6. Kamali kasi kayo dito, 5.5 eh. Huh? Any comment? Section 6, powers and functions.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Congressman Jokno, you're recognized.
With respect to Section 6, letter C, appearing in lines 7, 8, 9, and 10, I move that we insert the phrase, has acquired ill-gotten wealth, or, in line 8, after the phrase, he or she, so that the entire subsection C will read as follows. To investigate any property or funds of any person when there is reason to believe that he or she has acquired ill-gotten wealth or is committing or attempting or conspiring to commit, etc., until the end.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded at lines 7 to 8. insert the word acquired ill-gotten wealth. Hereby approved.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one other proposed amendment. This is with respect to Section 5E, found in lines 6, I'm sorry, Section 6E, found in lines 25, 26, and 27, that we delete the remainder of that sentence and only retain the first part to read as follows. Section 6E, administer oath and take testimony, period, and deleting the remainder because we already have a separate proposed provision found in Section 7. Period na ba?
Second.
The motion, seconded. It's moved and seconded that line 25 it should read administer oath, take testimony, period, and delete the
Mr. Chair, one more. Thank you, Mr. Chair. One more proposed amendment. This is with reference to Section 6, letter L, found in line 8 up to 14. In particular, line 9, after the acronym AMLC, we insert the Office of the Solicitor General. If I may explain, this is simply for purposes of filing forfeiture proceedings if the Commission uncovers evidence of ill-gotten wealth. So that the subsection L found in line 8 up to 14 will read as follows, I quote, initiate administrative cases and refer verified complaints and official reports to the AMLC, and then we insert the Office of the Solicitor General, and then the Securities and Exchange Commission, etc.
Second.
it has been moved and seconded. Line 8, letter L, initiate administrative cases and refer verified complaints. And insert Office of the Solicitor General. Hereby approved.
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Marcoleta.
yesterday during our technical working group, the body discussed and considered my proposal of including the recommendatory power of the Commission to cancel passports. But now it does not appear on the substitute bill. May I inquire on the absence of such proposal?
Any Congressman De Lima? Honorable De Lima? Okay.
Baka po kasi sabihin nila, hindi tayo seryoso eh. Yung mga nakaalis na, hindi natin mapabalik. At sabi nga po ni Madam Laila, mukhang plausible naman yung proposal na ito.
Yes, because it's already there actually in the Philippine passport law. It's actually there in the power of the DFA under the ground national security, although hindi pa ho yan na-exercise. So,
But it would help if we explicitly state it here.
Also, place it here, just like yung pagbigay natin ng
Whole departure. Yes po.
order. Okay, why not? We can, the lead author has no objection to that.
objection.
All right.
The only reason I was contemplating on adding it. The only reason I didn't add it is because my stand was that it is an inherent power of the DFA based on
Yes.
Section 4 of RA 11983,
Yes.
di ba po?
Yes.
And it's in line with the Constitution na the right to travel can be prevented based on national security. So that's the only reason I did not include it here. Kasi ang worry ko lang, I have no objection. Ang worry ko lang is baka habang di natin napapasa to, sabihin ng DFA, ay hindi pa pwede kasi doon
Okay.
yung nga linalagay eh.
Okay.
Yun lang yung worry ko.
Yes, and
That is my worry.
Yes, and
I don't
since...
want them to use it as an alibi na kaya nyo linagay sa batas na yan kasi wala kaming power. Yun lang yung reason na I didn't add it.
Okay, and since binibigyan na natin sila to issue whole departure order, itong ICAIC, then we might as well also give them now the power to cancel passports. So perhaps we can put that, nasaan yung, kasi nasa subparagraph H po, yung issuance of whole departure order. So perhaps we can place it either before or after that subparagraph. So,
Any motion?
after. Okay.
At least, yung first step is kung nandito sa bansa, issue a whole departure
departure.
order. Kung
Yes.
nakaalis na, we cancel the passport. Recommend the cancellation of the passport.
Recommend the cancellation.
Mr. Chair, may I propose the appropriate wording?
Yes.
To recommend to the Department of Foreign Affairs the cancellation of passports subject to and in compliance with the qualifications and powers under RA number 11983.
Yes.
Any motion, please?
I so move, Mr. Chair.
Second. So we will make it subparagraph I. And move accordingly yung next, yung I magiging J na.
Oh, yeah.
So subject to
Congressman
style.
Marcoleta, pakisabit lang yung ano. Pakisabit lang dito.
Mr. Chair, if I may. Mr. Chair, if I may. Insofar as
Attorney Fernandez, your-
Section 6L, specifically line 8, may I suggest that the word administrative be changed into appropriate cases because of the introduction by what you call this Congressman Diokno of the Office of the Solicitor General insofar as ill-gotten wealth is concerned. And the nature of these cases appears not administrative cases but civil or criminal cases. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Section 8 pa po yun.
Sa Section 8 pa yun, wala pa tayo doon.
Section 6, sir. Your Honor, Section 6.
Letter L, line
Letter
8.
L. Line 8.
Yes. Diyan po, yung sinasabi nila.
Yes, Mr. Chair, in line with the manifestation of Attorney Fernandez of the DPWH, I move that we delete in line 8 the word administrative and replace it with appropriate.
Okay. Line 8. Line 8. Okay.
Thank you.
Can we move and seconded?
Mr. Chair,
Appropriate.
if I may,
Yeah.
with respect to Section 6M, underline 16, may I respectfully recommend to the committee the insertion after the word monies, the words deposits, comma, investments, comma, insurance policies, and also, Your Honor, underline the succeeding line, 17. After the word properties, we insert comma, and thereafter the words monies, e-monies, comma, and virtual assets. Yes, sir. And may I also express to the Honorable Committee a possible question in the plenary in relation to subsection M about the nature of the freezing and sequestration power of the commission. Would it be provisional in nature? And if so, how long would the freezing and sequestration be effective? And another possible question is that prior to the expiration of that period, assuming there would be a period, what should the commission do to effect a permanent, or should I say, recovery or forfeiture, or permanent freezing? And also, another possible question, I think, would be the degree of evidence that would guide the commission in determining the exercise of this power in relation to the ownership of a person over the items enumerated. In relation po doon sa last comment ko, there's a mention of somewhere in the earlier part of Section 6 about reason to believe, I guess. I'm not sure if the committee could consider that reasonable belief as a degree of evidence that would guide the commission in the exercise of this provisional remedy, or the seizure, sequestration, and issuance of an attachment order.
Mr. Chair, I think it will all be provisional because the ICAIC will just file it to the ombudsman. So the final decision will be in the Sandigan Bayan.
Honorable De Lima, please.
We can always, of course, adopt also what was pointed out by Attorney Trejo, this phrase under subparagraph P, there is reasonable ground to believe that individuals are criminally liable. The transfer evidence and findings in the course of its investigation, that there is reasonable ground to believe that individuals are criminally liable. But I guess, as pointed out by Congressman Erice, it would be more practical, and because if we put so many such requirements, and especially with respect to evidentiary requirements, evidentiary standards, to an investigative body at this point, baka magiging mas complicated pa. Why not leave it to the regular prosecutorial agency, di ho ba? So we appreciate, of course, the comments and the recommendation. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may we get the opinion of the ICI Executive Director regarding the matter?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Congressman,
Ang wala.
Director Osaka.
Yes, Your Honor. With regard to Section M, this has something to do with asset preservation because we want to ensure that any ill-gotten wealth or property connected to these anomalous projects be preserved in the meantime that there's no final determination by any judicial body. So I believe this is necessary so that we'll be able to have complete restitution with regard to that. Now, as far as the quantum of evidence is concerned, probably that can be tackled in the internal rules and regulation as far as the proposed commission is concerned. Thank you.
Need to put any qualifying phrase.
Okay. Congressman Dilim. Ano po yun, ma'am? Wala na pa.
Meron na?
Any other comment? Let's move to the next.
Nasa actually sa section 7 na dapat, right of whistleblower.
Section 7.
Right of whistleblower.
Mr. Chair,
Hindi yan sa nagkamali na kasi.
Kasi pati ko nyo, mali-mali.
Mr. Chair,
Let's move to section 7. Right
Mr.
of
Chair.
whistleblower.
from SEC po.
Please identify yourself, please.
Attorney Lacanaria from the SEC. We just want to clarify po on the power of the ICAIC. Under subsection N, line 22, on its power to issue closure or revocation of registration of establishments which are found to be responsible for anomalous infrastructure project. And we would just like to clarify if the word registration pertains to certificate of incorporation or registration issued by the SEC to corporations. If so, we suggest that this should be done in coordination with or be properly endorsed to the SEC by the ICAIC. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Clarify from the representative from SEC, from the Securities and Exchange
Director
Commission. So
Lacanaria.
she's actually suggesting that before issuing closure or revoking the registration of the establishment involved, there should be prior coordination with the SEC or prior clearance with the SEC. Is that the proposal?
Not necessarily
Can you
po,
be
Mr.
clearer,
Chair.
please, with your recommendation?
We suggest that we just want to clarify if this includes certificate of incorporation issued by the SEC to corporations. And if ever po na it pertains to certificate of incorporation, we just suggest po na this should be done in coordination with or be properly endorsed to the SEC by the ICIC po. Bilang kami po under the SEC and the RCC, we are the primary grantor po ng primary franchise po ng corporations pa na ito.
That can be the necessary consequence if you revoke the registration of the subject establishment, that you also revoke the certificate of incorporation and hence can be endorsed now to the SEC.
Yes po.
Di ho ba?
Same with the language po ng subsection O po, na parang ICIC recommend niya sa PRC po yung automatic cancellation ng professional license po ng professionals found to be responsible sa anomalous projects po.
Okay, so directly recommend to the Securities and Exchange Commission? Kasi yung closure SEC lang ba ang ano dyan? Hindi, not necessarily. Diba?
Can we ask any comment from ICI?
Matagal ang process. Matagal ang process ng closure. Motion to suspend.
ICI, please.
Suspend 2 minutes.
Meeting suspended.
Mr. Chair. Hindi, baka pwedeng aalis kasi siya, meron
Mr.
lang sa
Chair.
manifestation.
Mr. Chair, may I manifest because first permission to leave for some emergency, and second,
Sige, i-resume muna.
Mr. Chair, I seek your permission to leave as I have some emergency, and may manifest that if the sponsors will allow, to include me as one of the sponsors of the said bill.
Okay.
Of course, yeah, we'll do
Thank
that.
you very much. Thank you.
We'll do that. Thank you. Thank you, Congresswoman Gral. Meeting resume.
Mr. Chair,
Congresswoman
may I be recognized?
De Lima.
Yes, upon a further discussion with Attorney Laganaria of SEC, we find no need to touch or make any modification as on subparagraph N at this point. Any nuance on this can be addressed in the IRR of the law. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if I
Any
may
comment
allow.
from the ICI?
Just a backtracking on paragraph M. It mentions accumulated by persons. Can we also qualify this as natural and juridical persons? Because there might be
Okay.
corporations that might be involved in these anomalous projects. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I also backtrack to Section 4? Yesterday, the TWG suggested, the body suggested that in the selection process of the members of the commission, a body must be formed to prepare the short list of qualified candidates. And it was agreed yesterday that a selection committee composed of members of the House and senators, including the Senate President, shall constitute the selection committee, who will submit the candidates for the 5 committees. I wonder why is it not included in the substitute bill? And to my surprise, there's a new provision here, but later I learned that it was deleted accordingly. If I may read line 41, letter C of Section 4, and if I may read, to ensure independence and impartiality, the members shall be chosen from a list of nominees submitted by the IBP for the chairperson, the Philippine Institute of Certified Public Accountants, or PICPA, the Philippine Institute of Civil Engineers, United Architects of the Philippines, and a recognized National Coalition of Good Governance and Anti-Corruption non-governmental organizations. This is a good suggestion, but however, I learned that it was consequently deleted also, only to retain the last phrase or sentence. Each member shall be of good moral character, of unquestionable integrity, of known probity and patriotism, and with recognized competence in their respective fields. My only apprehension, Mr. Chair, if if we leave the appointment up to the President, nawawala yung independence ng body na ito kasi they will be beholden and indebted to the appointment of the executive. So I proposed yesterday, if there's a selection body that will submit a short list of qualified candidates. And to my surprise, it's not found in the substitute bill. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Mr. Chair, that particular matter,
Yeah.
that particular provision was actually discussed earlier. A motion was properly made, it was seconded, and it was approved. So I guess the manifestation now of the Honorable Paolo Marcoleta is in the form of a motion for reconsideration. So can we ask, please, the Honorable Marcoleta to put it in a formal motion so that we can properly vote on it? Because it was discussed earlier, and
It was already
it was
approved, yeah.
seconded, and it was voted upon. Para lang po malinaw ang ating proceedings.
What was moved earlier and seconded po, if I may seek clarification?
The deletion of that portion.
May I know the reason for the deletion of such provision, Mr. Chair? If this is the only way we can ensure the integrity and independence of such body, may I move to retain item C under section 4. Reconsider the reinstatement of section C under section 4 of the substitute bill, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Any comment from
Mr.
Congressman
Chair,
Tobias?
I think the reason why it was deleted earlier when Congressman Marcoleta was not here was that hindi po kasi maliwanag kung ano ba to, collectively or individually po. Ang ibig sabihin, yung po bang IBP ang magno-nominate ng justice, yung po bang, so individually po. Individually. So ang gusto po ni Congressman Marcoleta is yung justice IBP. So hindi po sila collective, hindi sila bubuo ng isang body. So ang mangyayari, yung justice IBP ang mag-nominate, yung accountant pick pa, yung engineer PICE, ngayon yung academe sino po mag-nominate? Meron yata.
Mr. Chair, the very reason is that it would take time, so much time to convene all these bodies, these associations. For example, kung ang yung nominee ba ng
Architect.
civil engineers,
Architect, nag-away eh.
tapos may architect, UAP, magre-recommend sila at mag-aaway pa lahat yan. Tapos kung academe, lahat ng schools. So to convene them will take time. Baka doon pa lang, 6 months lang, tapos ubos na yung oras natin.
Mr. Chair, ang takot ko lang kasi pag nasunod dito ang item B, the members of the commission shall be appointed by the President. Kayo nang bahala sa boys ko, go easy on my boys. Kung hindi duman sa proseso man lang ng pagpili ng mga miyembro ng commission na to.
Mr. Chair, the present composition of the ICI were appointed by the President. And so far, wala naman po tayong nakikita na hindi maganda. From the executive director to the commissioners, okay naman po yung performance nila. Kulang lang talaga sila sa mga powers. So, bigyan na natin. Anyway, sa transitory provision, they will be retained as the holdover members. So, may additional lang from the business sector and the academe. And we should also give trust to our president. He is our president. He was elected by 31 million Filipinos.
Despite the very low trust rating, he is now enjoying. We should still trust the president. Is that what you're saying, Kong Erice? Anyway.
Your Honor, there's a motion. You made a motion.
I want to reiterate my motion to reconsider item C of section 4 to provide a more balanced and transparent selection of the members who will constitute this commission. I so
Mr.
move, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I object because it will, wala pa.
Anybody who would second it? I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. Bakit ano po?
Any second the motion?
Siguro isang araw lang naman po sila magbobotohan para piliin yung kanilang kandidato for IBP, for PICPA, and so on.
Mr. Chair, there was no second. I think the motion for reconsideration is defeated, so we might as well proceed. It's already getting late.
There's no second the motion.
Mr. Chair,
Second,
I'm still, I still reserve my right to propose such amendment at the plenary level.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Marcoleta. Any more comment?
Mr. Chair.
Chair, can we go back to what was pointed out earlier by
ICI.
ED Hosaka with respect to the proposed insertion of the phrase natural and juridical?
Saan pong section? What line po?
Subsection M, line 17.
Subsection M.
I move to insert
Okay.
the phrase, first comma, natural and juridical, comma, after the word persons and before the word involved. Thank you.
Subsection M,
Line 17.
line 17. Okay. I-approve ko. I-approve ko. Hindi ko alam kasi line. Letter M, line 17.
Ito sir,
It's approved.
letter
Okay.
M, natural or juridical. Persons, natural or
Natural or
ito, insert, natural and
insert natural and juridical persons. Okay, approved.
Yes, sir. Isulat natin. Andito po kasi sa
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Assistant Ombudsman Rapananis, recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It has been observed that the version of the bill authored by Representative Chanco empowered the commission the power to directly file a criminal a complaint. It appears, however, that it has been downplayed to a recommendatory role. So if the commission uh, we submit to the Honorable Committee if the Commission would be empowered to also directly file a complaint or initiate a criminal complaint under subsection J, Mr. Chair. If the power is only to recommend to the DOJ or the Ombudsman for the prosecution, or does it have the power to initiate criminal action before the DOJ or the Ombudsman for the prosecution of the criminal charges, Mr. Chair?
Congressman Tobias.
No, I think if I understand it correctly, the Office of the Ombudsman has no objection, no, to the direct filing. Is that how I understand it?
Yes, Mr. Chair. In fact, it would speed up the process if the fact finding has been completed at the commission level, and if all data or evidence is already there. It's just a matter of drafting a formal complaint under oath and then file it with the DOJ or Ombudsman. And then the formal process will already set in, Mr. Chair. Rather than mere reports or documents being submitted to the Office of the Ombudsman. And if it's in an administrative case, Mr. Chair, if I may add, the provision on immediate preventive suspension would also help.
Yes, I
Because-
think Yes, go ahead.
Suspend it.
Go ahead.
Can we suspend that 1 minute? Meeting resume. Any motion, Honorable Tilema?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Upon further discussion during the suspension, I move to include the phrase on line 47, 1, 2, 3, 4, fourth page, under subparagraph J of section 6, directly or before the word recommend. I so move, Mr. Chair. So the entire sentence would now read, directly, I'm sorry.
927.
Recommend, I'm sorry, mali ho yung aking phrasing. Yes. May I
Recommend and
change?
direct file.
I move to include under line 47 of the fourth page and under subsection J of section 6, the phrase, to insert the phrase directly file or directly file to the DOJ after the word recommend. So the entire sentence will now read, recommend or directly file. I recommend to or directly file with the DOJ or the Office of the Ombudsman the prosecution of any public official, government employee, contractor, etc., subject to style. Thank you.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Uh, Line 7, the J, after recommend, insert or directly file to the DOJ or the Office of the Ombudsman. It's approved. Next.
Mr. Chair, if there's no more amendments, may I move that we approve Section 6 with all, together with all the amendments? So move, subject to style.
It has been moved and seconded. That the amendment, Section 6.
Just a clarificatory po, just to be very sure, na isingit na po ba yung naging mga suggestions ng AMLAC sa subparagraph M? Yung monies, virtual assets, e-monies, okay na? Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, may I move that we approve Section 6 together with all the amendments subject to style?
Second.
So move.
It has been moved, seconded.
Mr. Chair, one point of clarification.
Okay.
Insofar as the period of preventive suspension, there is no period here. 90 days, 6 months, or 30 days.
Subsection, ano subsection?
Section 6, subsection Q.
Q? Q.
Recommend to the appropriate authorities the immediate preventive suspension of any public official, etc.
Yeah, Q.
Now,
34, line 34.
how long will be the preventive suspension here, Mr. Chair? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Congressman Tobias.
I think this should be decided by the appropriate authorities. Yes. So kung pinail po yan sa ombudsman po ang decide kung ano po yung period of preventive suspension. I think hindi po yung, because hindi naman sila magpe-preventively suspend, no? They will file it with the appropriate authorities. So I think the appropriate authorities would be the one to determine the number of days of suspension, Mr. Chair.
My earlier motion.
Mr. Chair, just a brief
Assistant Ombudsman.
just a brief point, Mr. Chair. That
Mr. Chair, if I may, sorry.
under the Office of Ombudsman, the
Assistant
period
Ombudsman.
yes,
Raban
Mr.
is
The period
recognized.
is 6 months, Mr. Chair. The preventive suspension for under the Office of the Ombudsman is a maximum of 6 months.
6 months.
And the Commission may not merely recommend to the Ombudsman the immediate preventive suspension. It should be accompanied by a formal administrative complaint. Because the requirements before the Ombudsman issues a preventive suspension order is that the evidence of guilt is strong. So there must be in order to issue immediate TFPS or preventive suspension, there must be a administrative complaint filed by the Commission before the Office of the Ombudsman under oath, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, that is why the ICAIC will just recommend. That's the reason. Okay?
I get the point of the assistant ombudsman. Before they can order the immediate suspension, there must be a complaint, administrative complaint.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Correct. Now, we're talking here about the powers itself of the ICAIC. Right. We can, as we have just tackled, we can recommend or directly file the administrative complaint, and then the criminal complaint, and then administrative complaint. We can directly initiate the administrative complaint. Now, ang question po natin dito, can we also directly order the immediate preventive suspension of those under investigation, subject, of course, to constitutional limitations? Yun po ang ano natin. Ang pwede natin, kasi shall we wait? Kasi hindi pwedeng, we can only recommend the preventive suspension kung meron ng kaso filed with the ombudsman. Before that, we cannot, I think. Is that correct, Assistant Ombudsman?
That is correct, Mr. Chair. And I think the power of the commission under subparagraph L, that it has the power to initiate, or otherwise stated, directly file administrative, I think the word administrative was changed to appropriate, initiate appropriate cases, etc., before, or any other administrative agency or quasi-judicial body for purposes of administrative action. This administrative action contemplated under this provision, Mr. Chair, as I understand, covers disciplinary and non-disciplinary. Meaning disciplinary, Office of the Ombudsman or the appropriate administrative agency; for non-disciplinary, revocation of license, etc., before the proper government agency. So I think the commission is empowered under this subparagraph L to initiate as well, or directly file also, an administrative or appropriate case or verified complaint before the Office of the Ombudsman. Although the Office of the Ombudsman was not included in the enumeration of appropriate administrative agencies or quasi-judicial bodies in relation to the grant of preventive suspension, Mr.
And we
Chair.
can only recommend, the ICAIC can only recommend preventive suspension once it initiates administrative cases, and not before that. Correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
So ganun ho ba yun? I'm actually throwing this question also to my colleagues in the committee. Can we not consider also the power to directly order immediate preventive suspension, which is actually found in the Senate version? Order the immediate preventive suspension, subject to constitutional limitations of government officials under investigation by the Commission for involvement in anomalous projects,
Comment
etc.
from Congressman
Chair.
Diokno, please.
Ano lang po yan? I'm just throwing it, I'm just putting it on the table.
Identify. Congressman
I
Diokno,
would
please.
support that, Mr. Chair, the proposal of Congresswoman De Lima.
Please identify your.
Mr. Chair, I'm Attorney Foronda from the Civil Service Commission. So under the rules of the Civil Service Commission, when an administrative case is filed with us, we can only issue preventive suspension when there is already a formal charge that is issued by the CSC. So I think the mere filing of a complaint with us, or even a recommendation coming from the ICAIC, would not be enough to trigger the issuance of a preventive suspension by the CSC po.
Attorney
Civil
Paronda,
Service Commission.
what can you suggest the commission, to the committee? Any suggestion?
Hear the opinion of ICI.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. I believe the purpose of this provision is for preservation of tampering of any evidence with regard to the investigation being undertaken by the ICAIC. So I believe with that said, perhaps is there a way by which under CSC rules that this can be, in a way, the purpose of the provision be accommodated?
Congressman Tobias, you recognize.
Mr. Chair, I think based on my understanding, ang sinasabi po ng civil services, they cannot preventively suspend someone kung wala pang case. But may I know if they're objecting if ICI will be given the powers to directly suspend or not?
That's why I'm asking Attorney Director Foronda or
There will be Mr. Chair, there will be a question on the rights of civil servants Kasi wala pa silang kaso,
kaya nga, tinatanong natin si Director of Civil Service, Director Foronda.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think that rule requiring first the issuance of a formal charge emanated from Executive Order 292. So if it would be the decision of the committee to have that power included here, then I don't think there will be some kind of legal impediment if that will be done.
Mr. Chair, may I be allowed to ask a question to the representative of the Civil Service Commission? Because I was looking online, and it would appear that Secretary Dizon has preventively suspended several DPWH officials. So may I know, do cabinet secretaries have the power to issue preventive suspension orders on their own motu proprio?
Yes, Your Honor. The heads of agencies and other instrumentalities have concurrent powers when it comes to administrative discipline, concurrent with the CSC and the Office of the Ombudsman, and they are governed by the same rules as the Civil Service Commission.
So kung sila po ang nakaka-uncover ng irregularities or anomalies, they have evidence, does someone have to file a complaint with them, or can they on their own immediately suspend and then issue a show cause order to explain to their employees?
They have motu proprio powers to investigate cases of their own employees po. Kasi I was thinking that they are part of the other investigatory powers mentioned in some of the provisions. Heads of agencies, they have disciplinary powers over their own officials.
You. Considering the answers of our Attorney Foronda, I think that we could empower the Commission itself to preventively suspend.
Mr. Chair.
May I just ask one question to the civil servant? For example, one department secretary suspends an employee for hindi pa naman there must be due process di ba, in the determination of his guilt. So once you preventively suspend yung rights niya, for example, his salaries, his benefits, di ba?
Mr. Chair.
Something that would curtail his rights, di ba? Parang ganon.
Congressman Tobias, please.
Mr. Chair, I think yung preventive suspension is not a sign of guilt, no. In fact, it is a measure done so that hindi niya matamper yung evidence, hindi siya makapag-impluwensya, and once he is proven innocent, all those salaries and all his benefits will be given to him, Mr. Chair. That's the procedure of a preventive suspension.
Can we ask here, Congressman, Attorney Fernandez from DPWH, you're the director here. What's the basis for the suspension of DPWH officials?
Insofar as the DPWH is concerned, Mr. Chair, the Secretary, being the disciplining authority has the power to suspend its
Yes.
officials and employees.
Okay.
Anyway, Mr. Chair, the power to order preventive suspension is not something that is blanket. Nawala na siyang mga conditions. There must be a prima facie showing that the evidence of guilt is strong, that the continued stay of the public officer or employee in the office may prejudice the investigation, tamper with evidence, influence witnesses, or otherwise obstruct the proceedings, or the public officer or employee's position or authority was used to or may be used to commit the acts complained of. May conditions po yan. So it's not a blanket grant of the power to preventively suspend. But we have to, I believe we have to give that power, preventive suspension, lalo na tungkol doon yung the possible tampering of evidence and influencing of witnesses.
Okay.
Objection
Tobias.
from the Civil Service Commission. I mean, let's ask first yung Civil Service Commission. Kung wala silang objection, I would request the members of the committee to add, recommend to the appropriate authorities the immediate, recommend or institute. No. I mean, if they have no objection, we have to ask the Civil Service.
Attorney Peronda, please.
Mr. Chair, I think under civil service laws, it is a fundamental rule that before the preventive suspension order can be issued, there has to be a prima facie case that is established, and that is after the conduct of a preliminary investigation. But I understand that at the level of the ICAIC, the proceedings are not in the nature of a preliminary investigation po. So, although I understand po the rationale and the real need to have these people suspended preventively in order to protect records.
Mr. Chair, pero nabanggit niya po, hindi niyo pa nabanggit po kanina na ano po, Mr. Chair, nabanggit po niya na it's based on an executive order. Is my understanding correct, Mr. Chair? Yung ba yung sinasabi niyo it's based on an executive order? O iba po yun?
I believe, Mr. Chair, she was referring to EO 292, which is entitled an EO but was promulgated by President Aquino in the exercise of legislative power at that time.
Because kinonfirm naman po niya kanina from the civil service that cabinet secretaries, heads of offices can actually preventively suspend for as long as nandyan yung mga conditions na yan, yung mga circumstances na yan, prima facie showing. Di ho ba? So we can adopt that language in the EO, in the law. Opo. So,
Mr. Chair, ako po, okay sa akin, I would agree na ilagay na natin. Anyway, it would be debated in the plenary and there would be a bycam. So there would be more legal arguments on this. So for the purpose of expediting the approval of this bill, we might as well put it out and let the plenary debate on this.
Okay.
yes.
Honorable De Lima, please.
Okay, may I make the proper formal motion? I move that we replace the wordings of lines of a subparagraph Q that covers lines 34 to 36 of the fourth page. One, two, is it fourth page? Fifth page. Replaced with these wordings. Order the immediate preventive suspension, subject to constitutional limitations, comma. So yan na po ang bagong letter Q. Unless po nabago na rin yung, anyway, subject to style again.
Second.
Order the immediate preventive suspension, subject to constitutional limitations of government officials under investigation by the Commission for involvement in anomalous, fraudulent, or grossly irregular infrastructure projects, provided that such preventive suspension may be issued only upon a prima facie showing that A, the evidence of guilt is strong, B, the continued stay of the public officer or employee in office may prejudice the investigation, comma, tamper with evidence, comma, influence witnesses, comma, or otherwise obstruct the proceedings, or C, the public officer or employee's position or authority was used to commit the acts complained of. Ang necessary, ano pong dapat siguro idagdag natin is the period. Kasi diretso na po tayo na nag-order ng preventive suspension, and therefore we cannot leave it to either the ombudsman or any other body. So provided further that preventive suspension shall be imposed for a period not exceeding, I hope the committee will agree, period not exceeding 6 months. Ganun. Okay po? Period.
Okay.
Thank you.
Pakisubmit na lang, ma'am, dito sa Secretariat.
Second.
Subject to style. Thank you.
Thank you.
Second.
Yeah. Okay, submit, ma'am, sa Secretariat.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, if I
Oo nga
may-
pala. From AMLA.
Yeah. Going back, Your Honor, to sub-item L, there was an earlier suggestion for the replacement of the word administrative to appropriate cases. And in relation to that, may we likewise suggest that the same word under line 12, administrative, be likewise replaced with the word appropriate to cover for future action that the EMLC can initiate.
Yes.
Can initiate.
Yes, yun lang po. Ginawa lang niya pareho. Yung dating word na administrative, because yung line 8 used to be worded initiate administrative, ginawa lang niya appropriate. So dito po, sa line 11, pinapagawa rin niya na para lang consistent. Line 12, pinagawa din ng appropriate instead na ano. Yes po. So someone has to make the motion.
Formal motion, Mr. Chair. I move to replace the word appropriate under line 8, and also to replace the word administrative with the word appropriate under line 8, and under line 12 to replace the word administrative also with the word appropriate. I so move.
Second.
The 6, di ba na-approve the whole number?
Mr. Chair, I hope that this will be my last time to reiterate my motion to approve Section 6 together with all the amendments. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
It says moved and seconded. Section 6. Subject approved. The whole amendment of Section 6 is hereby approved. Subject to style. Section 7.
Mr. Chair, with respect to Section 7, actually, ako po yung nag-submit nito at nag-propose kahapon sa technical working group. Overnight, I had some time to review it. I would, if I may, move that in view of what appears now in the substitute bill as Section 7, that the following refinements be refined provision be put in place. I will quote the entire proposal and then submit a copy to the committee secretary. The section Section 7 should be entitled Right to Perpetuate the Testimony of Whistleblowers. Section 7A will be definition of whistleblowers.
Whistleblowers are persons who come forward who have personal knowledge of acts or omissions, A, committed by public officers or private persons that may constitute graft or corruption offenses, plunder, malversation, or malversation in any infrastructure project, or B, ill-gotten wealth acquired by any government official from any infrastructure project. Section 7B, right of perpetuation of testimony. Whistleblowers shall have the right to have their testimonies perpetuated by filing with the regional trial court of the city or province where they reside a petition to perpetuate their testimony, in pleading as respondents all persons whom the whistleblower incriminates in the judicial affidavit attached to the petition. With the consent of the whistleblower, the appropriate prosecuting arm of the government may file the petition on his or her behalf. Section 7C, acceptance of perpetuated testimony. If the regional trial court is satisfied that the testimony of the whistleblower will aid in the prosecution of graft or corruption offenses, plunder or malversation in infrastructure projects, or the recovery/forfeiture of ill-gotten wealth, the RTC shall grant the petition and take the testimony of the witness, with notice to the respondents and reasonable opportunity for the latter to cross-examine the whistleblower. The examination shall proceed notwithstanding the absence of the respondent, provided he or she was duly notified of the hearing. And the last section, this is section C, number 2. The testimony taken shall automatically form part of the trial and shall be considered as part of the evidence by the court handling the plunder, malversation, or other graft or corruption offense in infrastructure projects, or the court hearing the civil forfeiture of ill-gotten wealth case, as the case may be.
Thank you. Please submit to the Secretariat.
I so move, Mr. Chair.
Second. Okay, submit lang po sa Secretariat. Honorable. Thank you. Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would like to inform that, Mr. Chair, I move that we approve section 7. Together with the amendments. So move. Second. Mr. Chair, regarding the new section 8, I would like to inquire bakit po tinanggal yung exemption from criminal liability. Kasi yung section 7, formerly section 7, now it's section 8, exemption from criminal liability. 8 po, 8. Section 7, formerly section 7, but now it's section 8. Tapos the word no criminal end was stricken off. So I just wanted to inquire, why was it stricken off po?
Mr. Chair, if you need. Yes po. Actually, we submitted our position paper just yesterday, Mr. Chair, and I think that's why it was belatedly included by the committee secretariat. But however, our position on this is that we should not be giving the commission such blanket immunity that they will be exempted from both criminal and civil actions. So our proposed our recommended provision actually was that no civil action shall lie against any member thereof for acts done in good faith within the scope of their official duties as contemplated in this act. We also compared this with an existing provision under Executive Order Number 1, 1986, which created the Presidential Commission on Good Governance. So the PCGG is actually just exempted from civil liability and not from criminal liability. So that's the basis of the UP Law Center, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question to... Can you cite a hypothetical situation wherein there will be a need to criminally prosecute members of the commission? if they violated
Possibly, sir, Mr. Chair, data privacy considerations. Actually, we were also looking into, but this is not criminal in nature, but the commission actually can also be liable for grave abuse of discretion in their acts as a commission. So, but again, that's not, we just look into it. It's not criminal in nature. Kasi parang, ano nga yung wording niya. So, actually, our original recommendation was that no civil action shall lie against the members. But for the commission, dapat pwede siya, essentially.
For example, Mr. Chair, for example, when a member of the commission was proven to, there are allegations that he got some bribe. You know, that's what you mean. For example, he was bribed to formulate one
situation is
potential situation. That's a more real situation.
Yes, it may be contemplated as a criminal in nature.
Mr. Chair, Congressman Tobias, but there is an encompassing statement that it must be in good faith. So if it is not done in good faith, then he or she is not exempted from criminal and civil criminal liability. Di ba po?
Mr. Chair, I agree. Because the qualifying phrase here is reasonable enough. There is a qualifying for anything done or omitted in the discharge of the task or acts done in good faith within the scope of their official duties. So kung hindi official, hindi good faith, kung evident bad faith or gross negligence, hindi kasama yan. Hindi mo ba?
So yung exemption, so
Nasaan na yung Senate? Bakit iniba mo yung Senate?
okay. So can we put it back? Is it okay to put it back?
Yes, I agree, Mr. Chair.
So can we request a motion from the members of the committee?
Attorney Alcantara.
We defer to the wisdom of the committee, Mr. Chair. But actually, UP Law Center is also the one who inserted acts done in good faith within the scope of their official duties. So that would be acceptable.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So there's enough safeguard since we accepted the phrase acts done in good faith. So baka naman po pwedeng makonsider na ibalik na po yung criminal.
Formal motion, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. Congressman Tobias. Motion.
I cannot make a motion.
Formal motion, Mr. Chair. I move
Mr.
to,
Yes. Mr. Chair, the Ombudsman, I think,
I'm sorry.
need to say.
Just Mr. Chair, I just wanted to make an observation on this section, Mr. Chair, on the question propounded on the possible crime that may be committed by the commission members. I think just from hindsight, I think a charge of obstruction of justice, destroying the evidence, might be a reasonable scenario for one commissioner or one commission member may commit. And since it's a special law, criminal intent is not necessary. Even if you have good intentions, as long as you have committed it, good faith is not a defense. It's mala prohibitum. So I think that's one example that we could get on that point.
Opinion of the ICI on the lawyers. Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. I think the reason or the wisdom behind this is that the present commission was concerned about possible harassment suits with regard to the investigation that they're conducting. So as not to impede any investigation or probably influence in a way through harassment suits. They are also asking that this be included in the proposed bill or in the act. So with that, as much as possible, the present commission or the ICI would recommend that this be retained. This year.
Mr. Chair, if the reason is harassment during the pendency of the investigation, maybe we can just, gawin na lang natin. For example, for the 3 years, hindi kayo pwedeng criminally charged. But after, mga ibang usapan na yun. What would you think?
Well, kasi medyo yung qualifier lang ako, no? But again po, pwede ba makina explanation again from the Ombudsman on the concern of them with regard to bad faith or good faith?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question provided a while ago was the question provided a while ago to the UP Law Center was, can you think of a crime that may be possibly committed by the Commission in the course of its official duties that they might commit, and that good faith might not be a defense, because if it's in good faith, they will be exempted. And I just on hindsight just thought of that scenario, that if an insider or if a commission member would be favoring one other, he might be tempted on destroying the evidence particular to the transaction or person, and that might fall under the crime of obstruction of justice. And since it's not a mala in se, it's a mala prohibitum, not it's punishable under special law, and then criminal intent or evil intent is not an element or not an intrinsic element. So good faith is not a defense for such commission. So that may fall under that scenario. But we leave it to the criminal law experts of the body to discuss the ramifications, Mr. Chair.
Just a comment to, no? Hindi ko lang alam kung ito, paano kung baliktarin ho natin yung yung in the sense that kasi ito ho as worded, as proposed by the UP Law Center, tinanggal po yung criminal, no? And then to qualify that, nilagay po acts done in good faith within the scope of their official duties. Would it be different as far as the interpretation of the Ombudsman is concerned if we retain criminal and civil action exemption, but ang qualifying is that in the discharge of the task acts done in except for acts done in bad faith and beyond the scope of their official, in violation of their official duties. Because definitely, pagka meron ko yung sirain na mga ebidensya, hindi na ho yung official duty yun. In fact, naging medyo sobrang bad faith na ho yun. In that case, why would that be answer the interpretation and concern of the Ombudsman?
I think we have to decide. I move that we retain the immunity provision to as is. No criminal and civil action shall lie against the commission, etc. So move, Mr. Chair.
Before we say any seconds are taken, Mr. Chair, may I just respond to the comment made by our gentleman from the Ombudsman. Para sa akin po, iba naman yung special criminal laws that do not require criminal intent from the presence or absence of good faith. For example, in obstruction of justice, kasama dun yung forcing a witness not to testify. Huwag ka nang magtestigo para hindi ma-implicate si ganito. Even if you don't have to prove criminal intent for that, obviously that's not an act done in good faith. So we can retain, it's my opinion that we can retain the provision as is. I second the motion.
Congressman Lima. Yes.
Motion, subject to start.
Yes. Motion, ma'am. Meron na po. Meron na po. Move to approve section 8 together with the amendment. Come on, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair. Section 9, section 9.
Yeah, yung section 8.
Section 8 muna. Okay. Section 9. The new section 9, subparagraph, subsection C. I think it has to read line 30. It has to read not being present. Yun ang contempt. When you are not present, that is when you can be cited in contempt.
Refuse to be sworn, sir.
Hindi, ito po. Kasi ang sinasabi dito, for the following, based on how it is written out, you will be cited in contempt for being present. You should be cited in contempt for not being present. So, I think yung wording lang po. I think that's how it should be worded, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think the operative word here really is the refusal to answer questions. So we can remove the being present kasi you cannot naman be put on the stand if you're not present.
Paano po kung hindi po nag-appear sa invitation?
That's probably covered by section B kung Jack, Toby. Yung refuses to comply with the subpoena.
Yes.
For the following, refusal to be sworn in as a witness.
Ayun.
Yes, correct.
Session of investigation.
So accordingly, I formally move, Mr. Chair, with respect to section 9, letter C as appearing in lines 30 and 31, that we delete the beginning portion, the following words, being present at a hearing, proceeding, session, or investigation, and begin that subsection C with the words refusal,
Yes.
refusal to be sworn as a witness, etc. So move, Mr. Chair.
Move on second word.
Section 9.
Section 9, letter C,
It's amended.
as amended.
Okay. Section 10.
Section 10. Section 10,
Investigation.
investigation.
With respect to section 10, Mr. Chair, I noticed that it does not contain any provision on when the ICAIC may conduct an executive session.
Should be.
Wala pa eh.
Wala pa.
Yes. May I move that this amendment be included as an additional paragraph to section 10,
I'll read it aloud and provide the hard copy to the committee secretary.
Point of order.
Point of order. Hindi pa ko natin ang section 9. Hindi ba Mr. Chair, I move to approve section 9 with the amendments. So move.
Second.
Mr. Chair.
Second. It has been moved that and seconded, that's section 9, line 30, letter C.
Section 9.
Section 9, the whole section 9, yes, the amendment.
Section 10 na.
Section 10.
Mr. Chair, may I move that the following paragraph be added as a second paragraph to section 10. I will read this and then submit a hard copy to the committee secretary. The commission may hold executive sessions only under the following circumstances. A, national security concerns when the matters to be discussed involve state secrets or matters of national security. B, privacy and data protection when the matters to be discussed involve personal and sensitive information protected under Republic Act number 10173 or the Data Privacy Act of 2012, and letter C, upon a majority vote. When a majority of all the members of the commission determine through a written and recorded vote that the public interest will be better served by conducting parts of the proceedings in executive session. And then one more paragraph, Mr. Chair. At the beginning of every hearing, the commission must inform all witnesses on the record of their right to request that any part of their testimony be heard in executive session. The request will be resolved by the commission through a majority vote of all its members, taking into account the grounds enumerated in this section.
Second, can we ask remarks from the resource persons here? For the proposal, please. Any comment from?
Thank you.
From the persons?
Additional paragraphs.
But of course, to be very clear, that's the additional only.
Yeah, additional.
For section 10, because the section 10, the general provision is about the investigation being made in public, and then there's the added provision on executive session. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chair, can we request a motion to prepare a new motion 10? There is already a motion, it is already seconded. Now I move that we approve section 10 in all the amendments. So move.
Second. Okay. Section, gabi na. Section 11.
Mr. Chairman, can we ask if there's any comments from the resource person regarding the new section 11?
Section 11, can we ask comment from our resource person, please?
Kung wala po, then Mr. Chair, we extensively discussed this issue yesterday.
Okay, can we ask the civil service?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, as for section 11, I will recommend po that it will be expressed in this section as to who is the appointing authority, that members of the Secretariat.
Mr. Chair, we're still referring to it as numbered section 10, but it is a new section 11, Mr. Chair.
Okay po.
Yung prohibition po for prohibition on the issuance of temporary restraining order, etc. Yun po yung bagong section 11, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that we approve section 11.
Second. Second. Okay, shoot. Secretariat.
Mali kasi yung numbering. Ito, Section 12,
Secretariat.
Secretariat. Any comments from our research persons?
Civil service.
Civil
Mr. Chair, I'd like to repeat my comment po earlier that it might be best if the appointing authority of the members of the Secretariat would also be included because, of course, if these are continuing appointments, Mr. Chair, they will be submitted to the CSC for attestation and the CSC will be looking for the proper appointing authority. And if this is not clarified po, baka it might lead to disapprovals of appointments and causing, it might hamper the operations of the commission po if it encounters challenges like that, such as disapproved appointments.
Mr. Chair, we hear the opinion of the Executive Director of the ICI.
Your Honor, so we refer to the suggestion of the from the CSC with regard to that, because they're the ones who are the experts on this matter. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may we know from Executive Director Osaka, who is the appointing authority for those members of the Secretariat and staff of the ICI?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, considering that under EO 94 that the members of the commission are not considered government employees, and the only government employee would be the Executive Director, I would be the one currently who will be the appointing authority, Your Honor.
Any more comment from Section 12?
Secretariat.
Secretariat.
There is none anymore.
Mr. Chair, basically we should put into this that all appointments shall be subject to civil service approval. Is that it, ma'am?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we can add that particular phrase, but is it the decision of the body that the Executive Director will be the appointing authority of the members of the Secretariat as well as of the other positions that will be created later on?
Because the Executive Director is to be appointed by the President upon the recommendation of the ICAIC. But it is silent here about the other members of the Secretariat. As well as the Executive Secretary that will, the Executive Director that will supervise, that will administer the Executive Secretary, the Secretariat. So, appointed by the ICAIC, ever the chairman. Chairman na lang po siguro. Yeah.
Yes.
Right? Secretariat to be appointed by the chairman, by the ICAIC, and by the chairman is hereby created to provide administrative, technical, and research. The secretariat, the members of which are to be appointed by the chairman.
Mr. Chair, yes, the members of the Secretariat can be appointed by the chairman. Commission proper po, and they can delegate that authority to the chairman.
Hindi po ba diretso na lang sa chairman?
parang administrative task yan eh, di ba?
Yeah.
Ang trabaho nila, commission eh.
Appointing authority.
Yung appointment is administrative task.
No, I will do.
Yeah. Pero naman siguro po, Mr. Chair, that it can be, para
Meeting suspended for 1 minute.
Comparing with the
Tapos na. Meeting resume. So, may we ask the Civil Service Commission to submit your language of ComSec? So, any motion from the members?
Sa chairman na, saan nga ilalagay yun?
Subject to style, Mr. Chair, I move that we amend section 12, lines, which is contained in lines 5 up to 13, by adding a sentence designating the Commission itself as the appointing authority and authorizing the Commission and authorizing the chair to sign the appointments approved by the Commission. Subject to style yung language, ang sila ComSec na po ang bahala.
Okay. 1 second. Second. Motion is approved.
Mr. Chair, can we request a motion to approve the amended section 12?
May I just please invite the attention of the body, especially the Secretariat, yung pinatranspose ko po kanina. Meron po akong pinatranspose about the Executive Director. So yes, must be included. So I move for the approval of section 12 as amended.
Okay, section 12 is approved. Now we go to section 13. Designation of agency officials and hiring of personnel. Any comments from the members and resource persons?
Mr. Chair, kaya po. In connection with section 13, there is a phrase there that reads, Second, slash details such number of lawyers, investigators, auditors, and officials as may be required by the Commission to render full-time service to the Commission. Yung phrase po na as may be required by the Commission may run counter to existing civil service laws because secondment and detail, they are actually covered by a MOA between the two agencies. So it would seem as if with the use of the word as may be required na baka it's unilateral on the part of the Commission to require personnel from these other agencies to be seconded or detailed to them.
Ask the Civil Service Commission on how they propose this to be worded, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Maybe ask you.
Perhaps, yeah, perhaps, Mr. Chair, we can add as a last, as a qualifier, being bandang huli, subject to civil service rules and regulations.
Subject to law and regulations.
I so move, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Section 13.
I would request a motion to approve the amended section 13.
Any motion?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I move that section 13. Ano motion ba? Wala pa. I move that section 13 in its entirety with the amendments be approved.
Mr. Chair.
Second. Section which one?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It has been observed, Mr. Chair, that COA was deleted, and it is hoped that the Office of the Ombudsman be also deleted in the enumeration. The idea behind the ICAIC, as I understand, is that to assist the Office of the Ombudsman in the investigation because of its limited personnel complement. If the ICAIC will also get the personnel of the Office of the Ombudsman, it would not help in any way, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I move that we delete the word Office of the Ombudsman on section 13, line 17. So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Line 17. Delete the Office of the Ombudsman. Mr. Chair, may I know the exact text now of section 13 in line pursuant to those amendments? May I just the exact text of section 13 as amended?
Mr. Chair, I think what we just added is after in line 21, first of all, in line 17, we removed the Office of the Ombudsman.
Okay.
And in line 21, we just added after commission the word subject to civil service rules and regulations.
Okay, so we retain as may be required by the Commission to render full-time service of the Commission as may be subject to civil service rules and regulations.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I move to approve section 13 with all amendments. So move.
Second, can we move seconded at Section 17.
Organizational structure and staffing.
To remove the office of the ombudsman and add subject to
service law
civil service law and regulation, rules and regulations shall be approved. We now go proceed to section 14,
organizational structure.
Organizational structure and staffing pattern.
Civil service.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve section 14. So moved.
Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. Regarding to dito sa new section 14 on line 28 po, on the inclusion of technical consultants, if the single is not intended to be a continuous employee of the commission, then we would like to respectfully recommend to delete the same since the thing will be subject to the procurement process po of delivery of service. Thank you po.
So what will be deleted, ma'am?
Okay, Attorney Brand, okay. Okay, kung
Hello? On the deletion po of technical consultants po. Hindi siya talaga employee sa
I move that we delete the words and technical consultants under section 14, line 24.
Line
28, line 28, yeah. Second, any second?
28, malabo bata.
Any second?
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that line 28 remove technical consultant.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve section 14 with amendment. So moved.
Second.
Ay, naku. Sino pala?
Section 15. Section 15.
Tanungin natin sila kabila.
Kami asaan lang on this?
By,
Yung as renumbered, section 15.
Mr. Chair, may I just
Ask, section 15 as renumbered pertaining to support agencies, it now appears to be deleted. Is that correct? Is that the agreement yesterday in the TWG deliberations? As proposed, I understand it is a proposal by AMLA. I just don't recall if there has been a consensus on the part of those who were present yesterday at the TWG, because it pinapadelete lahat eh. This is now the new section 15 as renumbered. So parang inalis na po. Is that it? Ito po ba yung intention natin po kahapon?
Mr. Chair, we only have a concern on the second paragraph insofar as it mentions of complete access to information from the AMLC. Because in relation to this, Your Honor, in section, in the earlier section, section 6B,
hanggang 19 ulit.
There's a proviso under line 1 to 5. It says, provided further that with respect to records or information in the custody of the Anti-Money Laundering Council, any access and disclosure shall be subject to the applicable confidentiality rules and protocols under Republic Act number 9160, otherwise known as the Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2000 as amended, its implementing rules and regulations, FATF recommendations, and they should be read interagency agreements. So, may I suggest, Your Honor, that the second paragraph of Section 15, insofar as the ENIC is concerned, for access to the information from the ENIC concerned should be covered by the same limitation under.
Mr. Chair, I think Attorney Trio is talking about the new section 16. The new section 15. What we're talking about is the new section 15, support agency. Support agencies. Section 15. Wala pa tayo doon. Wala pa tayo. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, I think my question is now answered by the new section 16.
Yes.
But which will now be section 15. Di ho ba? Kasi yung support agencies, pwede na talaga itong alisin. Kasi nga, dito sa next section, which is the duty to render assistance to the Commission, this is all encompassing already. Any officer, employee, etc., when required, shall render assistance to the Commission. So, yun po yung sagot doon. So, the new section 15 will actually be this portion on the duty to render assistance to the Commission. So, may I therefore move that we approve the new section 15 with the caption, duty to render assistance to the Commission.
Second.
Okay, so we move and seconded that section that the support agencies. The first paragraph. And meron po kayong concern sa second paragraph? Section 15. So okay na po. So approve na po yung section 15. Thank you.
New section 15 is
New section.
So section 16 reads assistance from the academic industry and servitization. Is there any comment here? Mr. Chair, I move that we approve section 16 and toto.
Second. Yes, we moved and seconded that section 15, the support agencies, is deleted, and the new section 15, duty to render assistance to the Commission, be approved. Section
16 po. Mr. Chair, Congressman Derisi has presented a motion to approve section 16. Section 16, assistance from the academic industry and civil society, and he moved that it be approved in total, Mr. Chair.
Next second na.
May second na po.
Section 17, lapit na.
Mr. Chair, regarding the new section 17, which is the sunset provision, I think we agreed earlier that based on the new life of the commission, it will this wording of 2 years will also be adjusted.
2 years.
3 years lang po.
I know.
December 31.
Fiscal year.
December 31, 2028. Subject to style.
Subject to style, yes.
Be consistent.
Yeah, section 17.
Sunset review is
Section 17, sunset review
amended.
is amended.
Okay, sir.
Is hereby approved.
Transitory.
Transitory provision. Lapit na. Wala pang motion. Masyado ka lang ako. Mr. Chair, I move that we approve Section 17 with amendment. So moved. It has been moved and seconded. Section 17, sunset review.
Is amended.
Yes, as amended, approved, subject to style. Mr. Chair, do you know if there's any comments regarding the transitory provisions? If there's none, I would request a member of the committee. Yes, okay.
Just I think it's because under Section 18, Mr. Chair, it refers to the current ICI, but I think the bill has not referred to Executive Order 94 formally. So maybe we just need to update, refine, to be able to refer to the existing ICI under Executive Order 94.
Mr. Chair, just one other point with respect to Section 18 transitory provision. I suggest that we specify until when the existing members of the ICI will hold over, will sit in the holdover capacity.
December 31.
I would suggest not yet a formal motion, but first for discussion, that we make it until the new members appointed by the President have taken their oath and assumed office. If that's okay, I can make the formal motion. Mr. Chair. Director Sama.
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, just a clarification on transitory provision. This talks about or refers to the 3 members of the present ICI. Would this also include the employees, the ones that have been appointed currently? Because that is also a concern of theirs. Thank you.
Nasa second paragraph yun, ano? The transfer.
Mr. Chair, I move that the following phrase be added at the end of Section 18, appearing in line 30, after the word holdover capacity. We add a comma, until the new members appointed by the President have taken their oath and assumed office.
Second. Mr. Chair, meron lang pong nagpapa-clarify. Is there any inconsistency when you say in the first sentence that the current ICI shall be subsumed by the establishment of the new commission to the holdover capacity of the current commissioners? To me, there's no problem there, but I think the Secretariat, certain members of the Secretariat wanted it clear. If that is clear to us, clear enough. But when we say subsumed, it does not make conflict. The current ICI, upon the effectivity of this act, the current ICI shall be subsumed by the establishment of the new commission. So if it's subsumed, how come hold over capacity? So kung hold over capacity lang, dapat it shouldn't be subsumed. There must be a better term, a more accurate term than subsumed. or an accurate phrasing than what is now the first sentence of Section 18.
Perhaps, Mr. Chair, we can dispense with the first part of Section 18 and state it as follows. Upon the effectivity of this act, the current
the three current commissioners,
the current commissioners of the independent the ICI shall continue in holdover capacity, etc. So we delete that portion about subsumed entirely. So moved, Mr. Chair.
How about the other staff members? That is covered by the second paragraph. Okay. The transfer powers subject to staff. Okay. Yes. Okay. So the motion is
subject to style na lang po, double check na lang po sa EO 94 if commissioners lang talaga yung nakalagay. Is it chairman and commissioners? Where is it? 94.
Yes, Mr. Chair, with the amendment requested by the request not to specify the EO number. Yes.
Yes, sir.
No, the chairman, kasi if we just have to place the word commissioners or must it be chairman and commissioners, para clear, depending on what is written in EO 94.
Yes, Mr. Chair, can you recognize the executive director? Yeah.
It's under Section 1 daw po, or under Section 1 of EO 94, it refers to chairperson and members. So we use the same terms. Okay. Is it okay? So subject to that. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, madam.
Mr. Chair, can we request a motion to approve the amended section 18 transitory provision?
Mr. Chair, I move that section 18, appearing in lines 28 to 30, be approved with its amendments.
It has been moved and seconded that
subject to style.
Section 18, line 28 to 30 is approved as amended. Subject to style.
Mr. Chair, regarding section 19, dissolution. Mr. Chair, I move to approve section 18. 19, as amended. Okay. Second. Wala pa second.
Second.
Mr. Chair, could we know if there's any comments regarding section 19, dissolution?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have some proposed amendments for section 19. My concern here is the preservation of the evidence and records that are of the deliberations of the new commission. May I read the proposed amendments? This would be additional paragraphs to section 19, which appears in lines 35 to 40. So after line 40, that the following subsections be included. A, preservation of records. Upon submission of the final report of the ICAIC or upon dissolution of the proceedings, investigation and adjudication of the ICIAIC, the ICIAIC will designate its secretariat to ensure protection and preservation of all physical and digital records of the investigation. Letter B, storage and access of records. The ICAIC must preserve and store the records with the University of the Philippines Law Center. The ICAIC shall also publish rules and regulations on access of these records after the termination of the investigation. And letter C, penalties for destruction or failure to preserve records. Any party that either destroys or fails to preserve the records of the ICAIC shall be liable for the commission of the offense of removal, concealment, or destruction of documents under Article 226 of the Revised Penal Code, as amended by the penalties under Republic Act 10959.
10951, whether or not the offender is a public officer.
Second.
Yeah, please.
Motion ng buong ano.
Please submit, Congressman Jokmo, submit to the Secretariat.
Buong section 19.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve Section 19 with all the amendments. So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that Section 19, the whole of Section 19, as amended, hereby approved.
Appropriations. Ayan, si Ms.
Section 20.
Mr. Chair, I'm so sorry for the belated reaction. We were just sitting on the thought that it will be deposited or archived with the UP Law Center as mentioned, as suggested by Congressman Jokno. Because as it stands, what is archived with the UP Law Center is through the Office of the National Administrative Register. So these are all administrative documents implementing rules and regulations or internal policies of existing agencies. So I think this will be a very novel, or it will be the first time that such kinds of records will be deposited or archived with the UP Law Center. So you were just thinking if there is a more appropriate or different agency where, or office, perhaps the Department of Justice.
Mr. Chair, the reason why I proposed the UP Law Center is because I think we can be more assured that no one will, that they will preserve the records in the proper manner, and that they can also request the assistance of the other offices under the UP Law Center, in addition to the National Administrative NA owner. Yes.
Mr. Chair, if I may so add, anyway, it's being provided in the law. And the law does not infringe on any constitutional provision anyway. So I think there's nothing wrong with that. Thank you.
We go to Section 20, appropriations.
Mr. Chair, can we do any comment from the DBM?
DBM muna.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and other members of this committee. We would like to manifest and for the record the provisions under lines 47 and 48, provided that the approved annual appropriations of the Commission shall be automatically and regularly released by the DBM. So we recognize the importance of this commission. However, of course, we have to harmonize the same with the existing budgeting, accounting and auditing laws, rules and regulations. And in the release of funds, there are documents that needs to be submitted. Hence, we respectfully recommend the time consideration for the deletion of.
Do you want to just to add the phrase subject to existing budgeting and auditing procedures?
Yes, sir. Nandun naman pala eh.
Nandun po sa section sa line 44.
Yes, but that is for the initial implementation.
So you want it doon sa ano? Because yes.
And the word automatic may be baka ma-misconstrue po as may automatic appropriations po kasi tayo, so baka magkaroon lang po ng confusion on the term automatically released since
So released. Automatically and regularly released.
Shall be automatically and regularly released.
So Senate version.
Mr. Chair, the concern is because the automatic release refers to the available existing appropriations of the GAA. I think what the DBM wants is it to also be applied to succeeding appropriations. Is that correct, Mr. Chair?
Director Baran.
Actually, Mr. Chair, the word shall be automatically and regularly released by the DBM is our concern. Since before we release funds, there are procedures and documentary and procedural requirements for the same. So if we will be compelled to, yes, we hope that the same is also in the Senate bill and for the kind consideration of the body as to the language.
What would you suggest, ma'am?
After the shall be an online 45 shall be included in the annual GAA subject to the kahit ulitin na lang po yung existing budgeting, accounting, and auditing laws, rules, and regulations. Ngayon, delete na po yung provided that the annual appropriations of the Commission shall be automatically and regularly released by the DBS.
So, Attorney Baraan, if I may, Mr. Chair, so she's proposing to delete this. That the approved annual appropriations of the Commission shall be automatically and regularly released by the DBM.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
It would actually soften the entire meaning of the provision. There should be automatic and regular release by the DBM. So I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, we need to retain this.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any comment from Attorney Alcantara, UP Law.
Mr. Chair, we will defer to the wisdom of the committee, but we were the ones who actually suggested the inclusion of this proviso.
Yes, and we agree, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, when we request motions from the members to retain and Mr. Chair, I move that we approve Section 20 and toto.
Second. Second.
Okay, as we move seconded, Section 20, as amended, we approve in total.
Clarification.
Considering that,
Yes, thank you, Chair. Considering that, assuming that this law will be passed, basically, lumagpas na po yung budget cycle po. So definitely po, the budget of the new commission will be taken from the 2026. So just a clarification po, and in that manner, saan ho ba kukunin yung funds as far as the DBM is concerned?
yes, I think it's stated in Section 20, line 43. No. The amount necessary for the initial implementation of this act shall be charged against available appropriations of the current GAA. So I think
Yes, Mr. Chair, considering the also we're referring to 2025.
yes.
So moving forward po for 2026.
Mr. Chair, I think we will have a meeting with the Committee on Appropriations on Monday.
Yep.
Make comments.
From the WH, Attorney Fernandez, do you have any comment? Mike, yes, Mike. Fiscal autonomy to the commissions and intelligence funds also.
Fiscal autonomy, intelligence funds.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, from Congressman Tobe. Regarding sections 21, 22, 23, and 24, I think these are regular provisions. Can we request for a omnibus motion to approve sections 21, 22, 23, and 24, Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair, I move that we approve section 21, 22, 23, and 24.
Mr. Chair.
Any comment from you, P?
Mr. Chair, it lacks the repealing clause, Mr. Chair, since you have to specify the repeal of the EO. Yes.
Kailangan na repealing clause. Subject to Section 25. Section 24.
May si Vice Chairman.
Can we hear from our Vice Chair? Vice Chairman Amante, you are recognized. Yes, Mr. Chairman, a motion to approve the proposed title. An act creating the Independent Commission Against Infrastructure Corruption, defining its mandate, powers, and functions, and appropriate funds therefore.
Second.
Approval with thorough scrutiny and discussions of the substitute bill. Do I hear a motion to approve the unnumbered substitute bill? Any motion?
With the title. New title, sir.
With the new title?
Approve ng bill, sir, with the title. Title.
Title lang ma'am yun eh.
Yung pinaka-bills, buong bill.
Yeah, the bong bill.
Yeah, the substitute bill.
Mr. Chairman, motion to approve the substitute bill
With the title.
with the title and the committee report. Yeah, may subject to style, Mr. Chairman. Do I hear a motion? Check. The motion has been duly seconded. The numbered substitute bill of House Bill 4453 and 5699 is approved. Do I hear a motion to include all members present as co-authors of the numbered substitute bill, House Bill 4453 and 5699, unless you have especially declined to be an author?
I so move, Mr. Chair, that all members of the committee be made as co-authors or authors of the substitute bill that is approved.
It has been moved and seconded to include members or and agreed to be co-authors of the numbered substitute bill, except those who want the president not to be included as such. Do I hear a motion to approve in principle the draft committee report on House Bills 4453 and 5699 with a numbered substitute bill.
May picture taking.
Na-approval pa ito. It's been moved.
Sige, sir.
Sandali lang po. Wala pa adjourn eh. Wala pang motion to adjourn.
Sige, sir, meron sa.
So move, Mr. Chair. Second. Teka lang, muna. It has been moved and duly seconded that the draft committee report on House Bills 4453 and 5699, which is a number should be received by approved. Do I hear motion to adjourn? Motion to adjourn. I move to adjourn. Picture taking. Sandali lang. After incorporating the amendments and enhancement to the fine-tune the number to hit bill, House Bill 4453 and 5966, Secretariat is hereby instructed to transmit the substitute bill to the Committee on Appropriations for the review of its appropriations provision and other provisions with budget implications. Okay, adjourn.